All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa
Okay.
alaikum salam.
In I actually forgot to do this the last time, but Bismillah. Inna alhamdulillah nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu. Man yahdillahu fala mudilla lahu wa man yudlil lahu fala hadiya lah. Wa ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah. Wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh. Amma ba'd. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي ربي زدني علما آمين. Assalamu alaikum, brother Islam.
Wa alaikum salam.
Another episode. But this is the seventh one, right? Subhanallah. So we've already done 6 episodes. We've gone through your journey. We've started reviewing some of the atheists and how they argue. And I think we'll probably do a bit more of that today, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And as usual, what we'll do is we'll allow some of the brothers, Muslim brothers as well as atheists to come up on the stage. Let's have a discussion on where our views are not aligned, right? Let's have a discussion on why we believe in there being a creator, there being a necessary existence, there being a God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And why he can only be one, and why you don't believe in any God, or you claim you don't believe in a God, and we'll try and sift through that and see how valid that claim really is, inshallah. So, anything you want to add, Brother Islam?
No, no, you captured it quite nicely. Yeah. It just
Mhm.
obviously if Muslim brothers have an issue with some atheist arguments they struggle to tackle, or they want
Yeah.
some help and that sort of stuff, feel free to come up. But keep things on this sort of topic of naturalism and atheism and so on. Also we'll try and keep discussions a little bit shorter, but we will
Yeah.
go into details. So I'm very tired
So,
today.
so what's your? I know you've got Maghrib coming up, so we'll take a short break for that, and then obviously you have to pray Isha. What will be sort of the maximum that we will do this? 2 hours, 3 maximum.
Yeah, we'll try and cap it at 3, inshallah. But we'll see how
Cap
things
it
go. I
3.
might
That's it.
liven up as we go through stuff.
You'll
We'll
find
see.
the energy.
I
Let's
find,
hope so.
yeah, it's quite draining. You
Chat,
sent me those videos from Ian. What's his name?
Ian. So let's actually bring him up because he's recently very popular, and we
Yeah,
know why he's popular. When the chat would see him, a lot of you would recognize him. Extremely linear. Okay.
yeah. I mean, it's funny actually because he got famous debating Jordan Peterson, but they're both pseudo intellectual.
Yes.
and so they're actually
I mean,
very well matched. They're just like conjugate functions of each other.
yeah. But here's the thing: he's young. He's learned certain debate tactics, and not necessarily good tactics, not necessarily ways to engage people, right? But definitely something which allows him to control arguments, and we want to talk a bit about that part.
Yeah,
Because
yeah. I mean,
so this is the original one I forwarded you.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, it's almost too generous to call them debate tactics. That it's really sort of manipulation and conversation control tactics, and it fundamentally depends on this sort of deep hypocrisy, where he doesn't feel the need to really clearly and deeply state his position. He just gives it in summary and says it's defendable. Whereas when somebody puts another position forward, he breaks it into as many propositions as he can until he thinks he can find a way to do some mental gymnastics. And he keeps appealing to classical logic and set theory and stuff like this, and he just completely misuses the concepts. But he speaks and says, "Oh," so he'll give counter arguments that are like, "Oh, but otherwise that breaks logic," and it's like, what on earth is that? but somehow
you have to prove that.
Love it and lap it up and treat it like he's being really, really smart, and people don't know how to defend against it. I think ultimately it's basically his tagline, what he says in the chat thing is, "If you're not a coward, join in." And it's like, it's basically it's a killing ground, right? He's just set up a trap where people come in and he can just he's allowed to punch and nobody's allowed to punch back.
Exactly.
And like, so you're a coward if you don't jump into my stupid trap. Like, he makes my skin crawl, honestly.
And this is very hypocritical. So God isn't real. Request to join if you disagree. Now, what he's done here by setting it up this way is he's basically said that I don't have to provide any evidence of why God isn't real. You are supposed to come in and you're supposed to provide evidence against this argument that God isn't real. Now, what is your argument? Why isn't God real? That's never actually brought up, and we will see this. Now, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the sort of standards.
One thing I do want to point out. Yeah, just let me point this out, because 189,000 views, right? 189,000 views in and this was live a week ago. So he's definitely getting a lot of traction. People are listening to him, and this is the reason why we want to bring it up, because he will come up in some of the Muslim streams as well, some of your feeds, right? That this is a debate happening between a religious and a non-religious person, and a theist and an atheist, right? So we just want to give you guys an idea about how these people show the illusion of being intellectual when they're actually not.
Yeah, it's just, I wanted to say on the point, where he says, well, it's up to you to provide the evidence for God being real. I mean, that is a standard atheist position, and in a sense it's fair enough, but, and here's the big but, it would be fair enough if God was allowed to be defined as that other person's position is defined. So if I'm allowed to go up and define God as Allah specifically, then I can bring evidence for that. But he will only engage with these generic theist positions where he gets to define what God is, and then he'll just gaslight you if you don't match his definition. And the only definitions he'll accept are the ones that have built-in weaknesses that he already has an attack for. That's basically the whole shtick.
All right, let's start. I think we've got about 21 people watching. We can start. I know it's a busy Tuesday for our Muslim brothers and sisters and viewers, right? A lot of streams going on. Obviously, Brother Basalat is also streaming on the for the Urdu audiences. Libiano has someone as well today, so there's a lot happening. Let's have a look. Okay. So I skipped the start because he was trying to. Let me actually see.
First box. Make sure that you're 18 or older. Make sure that you believe in the God.
He sort of just goes.
Matt,
Sorry.
Oh, that one bit he said, make sure you believe in the God of Judaism, Christianity, or Islam. It's interesting because he doesn't take on that concept.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead.
So remind me, what religion are you?
You said at the very least you have to believe that a mind created the universe. Is that accurate?
Yeah. You need to be like a deist at minimum.
Sure. All right. Well, I meet that criteria.
Sure. So what's going to be your strongest argument or evidence that a mind created the universe?
I mean, to me, there's evidence for intelligent design.
Sure. And why would this mind want to intelligently design?
I don't know.
Oh,
If I knew that answer, I wouldn't be.
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah. Why would
I'm
the
actually going
mind
to play
want
this again for everybody to. Why would? Yes.
Mind want to intelligently design?
I don't know.
Like,
Oh,
what type of a question is that?
Well, it's
What do you
one
make of
these-
that question?
So this is a classic phishing tactic, right? So he's basically on the one hand presenting like this is a genuine intellectual question to try and clarify the position, whereas in fact it's an open-ended question where a complete answer to it is necessarily impossible, because if you don't have the mind of God, but even if you did somehow, you couldn't possibly in a 4-hour stream, let alone an entire lifetime, even spell out all of the reasons why. And so it's already a complete trap, because whatever answer you give is not going to be complete enough that there's no hole. And so it's basically an invitation to give something that's a summary where he can treat it in bad faith and find holes and then make you look stupid. It's just diabolical.
It is, and it also like so for me, there's tons of questions that come up with how it was actually phrased. Why would a mind want to intellectually design, right? Intelligently design. So, are you saying that the mind should have designed something unintelligently then, or
Right,
are you saying it's just in so many ways? This is one of the most horrific questions that an atheist can ask theists, right?
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I just dislike so much about it, is it sounds like an innocent question, but it's right out of the gate. It's there's no legitimacy to it in terms of, you wouldn't, phrasing it as a why question doesn't tackle anything to do with arguments, right? So it's not to say what are the qualities or characteristics of the creation that make you think it's intelligently designed, or that a mind, is there any contradiction between an intelligent mind or a mind and the design. So it's not getting at any of the issues. This why question is as I said, it forces you to give an incomplete answer. And it also, if you answer in bad faith, then he's got you, because he can now play on that bad faith. If you answer in good faith, he's got you, because there will always be holes in your summarization, and you won't have the complete answer because it's a why question.
So this is, without doubt, it's not an innocent question at all. This is really a very, I would say, almost diabolically evil.
It sounds like it's asking, make this make sense. It doesn't make sense to me, but obviously it makes sense in many ways. That if there were an intelligent creator, then the creation would be created with intelligence. But the turning of it into this why is what makes it diabolical. Yeah.
Subhanallah. Okay, and chat, I want to keep you guys engaged as well. Any of you want to jump up? I'm actually gonna pin the link. Let me do that right now. Any Muslim brothers or sister, even if you want to jump up and pose a question on what we're discussing, I'm going to pin the link. You guys can come up and you can ask questions on what may be challenging. And at the same time, if you tag me in the, if you tag dots connected to Islam, right, I'll pick up on that. Or if you tag me personally, let me actually switch to my own account so I can see. If you tag Faisal, I should be able to see you guys in the live chat, and we'll try and bring up those chats for discussion, right? So just remember that to use it in that sense. All right. Oh, we've got Duck.
Okay, cool.
You've come in really early. That's good. Do you want to bring him up? Because we've had some discussions with him before. Once, I think you've had one discussion with him.
Yeah, I remember
Duck.
Duck. I was gonna say I wanted to make some progress through the video, but I like Duck, so we'll take a diversion.
We'll divert. Duck, we'll have a conversation, and then we'll see after this. So, chat, hold on to everything. We'll have a conversation with Duck. How are you doing?
Good. Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Hopefully, you guys have been well, and
Yeah, we have. It's almost over a month now that we had that conversation with you.
Yeah.
Do you remember some of what we discussed that day?
Yeah. You know, I think we've talked a little bit about physics and stuff. I mean, you guys had a really interesting video on Mind here, and you know, so whatever. I was bugging you guys last week about an atheist worldview based on political theory. So yeah, whatever you guys want to talk about, though, I'm cool with all of it. We can pick up where we left off, or you know, pick a new topic. I'm down for whatever the kind of the audience wants to
Okay.
learn
So
about.
Have you had any thoughts on the parts of the discussion around how we see God as Muslims?
Yeah, no, not really at all. Yeah.
Okay. So I think that would probably be a decent topic, right? As in,
Sure.
it's basically it's the foundational key thing, because it's like, you know, what is this thing that we're, you know, saying that you can, you know, either accept or reject? And I feel like we haven't really done a great job on clarifying it. Like, people often sort of say, "Oh, you know, God," but there's actually so many different conceptions. A lot of them based on you know, Western philosophy derived from the you know, the Christian sort of movement, and so there's some fundamental differences. And I have a sneaking suspicion that if our position on what God is clarified to you, you might well find it very acceptable off the bat.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I think theology is very interesting. You know, I was in a someone brought up Spinoza on a Reddit metaphysics thread, and I proposed this idea of a maximally necessitated God if we want to use axioms. So very sort of an interesting approach, instead of William Lane Craig, who some people might be familiar with, who says, well, we start with the presupposition and you know, axioms and formal language that has to be right, so we're justified right off the bat. But instead of this, you know, why wouldn't we sort of consider the essential nature of the universe? And what we're actually talking about is like, well, yeah, we live in an infinite universe. We have to. So isn't what we're talking about is a maximally necessitated God? And that's how an infinite God, you know, very popular topic is therefore reached.
Just briefly, what was that you said about living in an infinite universe?
Yeah, it seems like we live in an infinite universe. Like, even if we observe a particle event, or you know, we're sort of understanding the nature of the stuff around us, you know, we don't think that, you know, that energy measurement is what makes up cosmology. Maybe there's natural laws in that unit, but yeah.
Okay, and that's something interesting to pick up on later, because obviously there's the standard theory of the Big Bang, you know, isn't one of an infinite universe. However, it is falling apart week by week, especially with the you know, the WMAP data coming in, and you know, all this kind of stuff. There's a it's even what the CMB, the cosmic microwave background, is and what it's evidence for is very legitimately in question. So there is space for the standard theory to be, you know, pulled apart quite a lot, but it's to say that it seems like we live in an infinite universe, I think that needs some digging and some support. I don't think we do, but let's look into that at some point. I think for me though, this it would make much more sense if we understand each other's conceptualization of God before we address that, because obviously, like, to be an atheist, you must have some conceptualization of God of this thing you are without.
Yeah, and so, you know, I think usually on YouTube where I start is, you know, I reject the sort of monotheistic notion, really even sort of polytheistic notions, which would come from either Greek or you know, these sort of historic cultures, and you know, Hinduism, where we're talking about either these like almost dramaturgical characters. That doesn't make sense why God is doing that, and or you know, alternatively, you know, this sort of maximally great being that just observes a universe which is which, you know, 99% of the time doesn't seem as ordered as we might expect. Complexity doesn't operate exactly the way we think it should be operating. So that's sort of 1% where people can find experiential evidence, to me doesn't really cut it.
So you have a problem with the conception of a maximally great being?
Yeah, maximally great being, definitely. Yeah, I would say that is even a definition that makes me a little angry.
A little angry. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. That's interesting. Can I ask why?
Yeah, it's I believe it's a way to disassociate from like ultimately it's a way to disassociate from what reality is. And I believe that this idea to say that there's a justification, there's a justification for horrific things, which most of them can't even be said on YouTube, because of this God. Not only this, but there's a justification for suspending common sense. You know, and then it's not only that, right? You know, this is like, you know, kicking someone while they're down. You know, it's like the thing that happens after you beat someone up. Not after this. You know, what apologetics aims to do is saying, not only are you crazy, not only are you self-gaslighting, not only must you not possess reason and common sense, but the reason that's true is because there's a maximally great being, that I really just pulled out I pulled out my protractor and I wrote this maximally being down. And so you're crazy, I'm not crazy, and the reason that we do horrible things is because I can sketch this God out. That's incredible to me.
Okay, I'm not sure I identify with that, let's say, as being universal to people who believe in a maximally great being. I suppose it's something.
There's something I want to add, Brother Islam, if you give me an opportunity. Okay. Just a very simple thing, right? The fact that somebody is ascribing, let's say I say duck tells me, and I go and punch somebody, and I basically go on and say duck told me to do this, right? Then I go and kick another person and I say duck told me to do this. And I go and unalive someone and I say duck told me to do this. Do you think I'm at fault or duck is at fault? And that just for because most of our audiences are like that, can you just avoid smoking while you're on there, right?
Or you can turn your camera off while you do that.
Turn your camera off, please.
Yeah. So what I would say is, for moral agency, it sounds silly to say that, like, Jim Jones, you know, he's the guy from where was it, Cape Town, wherever. He's the cult leader that made people drink poison Kool-Aid. It sounds like victim blaming. And again, because I'm a political science major, you know, if we look at any type of extremism, whether we say it is Islamic extremism as phenomenalism, or we can look at like white Christian national extremism, same thing. We know that those people come from a certain circumstance. In most cases, they know certain things. There's typically some sort of exchange of something of value. When you see organized extremism popping up, it's not that mysterious. And so those are two examples of why, it might not be as clear cut as saying it's Duck or, Faisal's fault.
Okay, just quick sidebar though. It's an interesting choice of words, which it actually frustrates me quite a lot when someone speaks of Islamic extremism, because if somebody were an extreme Muslim, they would be living extremely poor. They would be dedicating themselves to prayer and charity, and they would essentially close themselves off in many ways, from much of what we call dunya, this life and so on. So
Sure.
the thing that is usually labeled Islamic extremism is actually extremely far from Islam. It breaks many of the fundamental tenets and sort of throws a lot of the religion out the window. So to say it's an extreme form of the religion is a lot to unpack, because it's not. What would be the right word to use when something is extremely far from the core of a religion?
Yeah, so I apologize.
Extremely misunderstood Islamism.
I'm not saying it's your fault for using the language. It's the standard language. I'm just saying
it's being used like that.
But
I would add one other thing.
How can you if you want to argue about it, how can you totally remove Islam from, if Islamic extremism is present, right? Isn't this, because if I'm using it as almost like a sociology phenomenon, wouldn't it then instead be the case that I just don't see where the term falls off to.
Well, I think it's because it's extreme or radical behavior which is from people from Muslim countries, right, or from Islamic environments. But I mean, if those environments have been constantly under siege and under war, and being bombed and all this kind of stuff. Aisha Rosli, yeah, mashallah, exactly. The Prophet Muhammad warned against so any kind of extreme. So take any element of the religion and take it to an extreme, and you're imbalanced. So you're always supposed to be in moderation and in balance in all the elements. It's a very good point. So what I'm saying here is, if it had not been for you had the colonial wars followed by the world wars followed by the Cold Wars. So these environments where the so-called extremists come from, I think if you take any country, Norway or wherever, and then you give them this 100 years of constantly being under attack and of international law and whatever being applied in one direction and not the other, and all this sort of stuff, there's a certain kind of desperation and explosion that will happen. I think particularly there's going to be in any society some fraction of people that have psychological issues, be it anything from psychopathy to various kind of neurodivergences and so on.
That's hard to sorry, just to play off that, it's really hard to sort of see the extreme level of when we think of psychopathy, or like as a symptomatic thing, not a psychopath in general. But like when we think of like psychopathy sort of creating a social motion, or we like collective delusions, it sort of loses, when we think of it, it loses a lot of those religious and political tags. It's
right, but I guess this is what I'm trying to say is, it's essentially, if you have any society and you put it under the kind of extreme stresses that come from being economically attacked, socially, geopolitically attacked, and militarily attacked, there's going to be some fraction of people that are going to react in violent ways. And I would say actually there's remarkably small fraction of people from Muslim countries have reacted in those ways. And of course they do base their understanding of reality and so on their surrounding belief system. And so if they feel compelled in this direction, they're going to look for some kind of justification attached to religion and so on. But also,
if you want to politicize,
let me just finish this.
1 second. By the time you're politicizing those motions, then being completely honest, like if you're politicizing that motion, and you're going to, and you are dragging Islam in the dirt, through the dirt, whatever it is, then it's like, okay, cool.
Well, this is a thing I'm saying that again, this is a thing with calling it Islamic extremism, or with viewing it, because I don't think it's particularly dependent upon the belief system of the country or place that's being attacked. What I'm trying to say is that I think these kind of violent or abhorrent behaviors come as a response to those kind of attacks, and I don't think they tell you much about the religion itself, except for to say that actually I think there's been overall quite remarkable constraint given what's been happening politically. So, and this is all to say essentially that in a nutshell, Islam is perfect. The claim is Islam is perfect, not that Muslims are perfect, right? And so if you take Islam itself and you say, are these kind of things justified, or are these kind of actions like attacking innocent people justified? Absolutely not. And so we don't have the data. Being a political scientist, we don't have the data what would happen the other way around if various different modern democracies were to suffer the same kind of constant attacks as the Muslim countries did. But that would be interesting. Certainly we know in Germany, for example, or in Russia, when those constant attacks were suffered, then they ended up doing really, really terrible, awful things as well, right?
I actually want to pivot from here, because I think this is very if you look at reality, I would say that it isn't Muslims even who are extremists, because look at what is happening today around this world, right? The attack didn't happen. It didn't happen because of anything any Muslim did, right? Doug, if you know what's happening in the Middle East region right now, right? The recent attacks that happened, one-sided, single individual deciding that this is what they're going to do. Why is it that today, when this is happening, this word of extremism, this word of the T word, and all of these other terms, why aren't they being used with the USA or America? Why aren't they being used with the rogue nation in the Middle East? Right?
It could be viewed as capitalist extremism.
Yeah. So
and it's not capitalistic
I agree,
extremism.
Donald Trump.
It is. And it is not just Donald Trump. Again, he is an elected representative of all Americans. Are you American, by the way?
Yep.
Why are you an extremist?
Well, that's not a fair question, right? Obviously.
No, I know, but this is how we feel when you bring up these terms, right? So this is one of the reasons why we sort of keep politics out of this, because there's actually no winning situation there. Now, in reality, right, if you look at what has been happening, it is very telling that these terms are being used with an agenda as a propaganda to malign a particular group of people, right? Like you wouldn't hear the term gangs except primarily with the white people, right? With the black individuals, right? You wouldn't you wouldn't hear the term the T word, except for with primarily Muslims. Why is that? It is actually meant to play on your psychology, to be able to generate fear within you, to control you. And unless you actually see past this, you wouldn't grow out of that fear. You wouldn't grow out to recognize what is actually beneficial for you and what is not beneficial for you.
So I can give you a quick picture, because I was in college after the 9/11 attacks on the United States, after the events 9/11. And so a big part of the 9/11 attacks, what happened afterwards was terrorism. Terrorism became a major topic in security studies.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and if you got a degree in like military history or something, you're probably starting to learn about terrorism. You have, electives for it.
Can we use just T or some other word?
Sorry. And so the other side of this is that, sociologists and comparative politics also grabbed a hold of this area studies. Area studies was a big one. And, because human psychology in the United States, specifically because of our capitalist dogma, prioritize sort of this event that happened. It just happened that, what people were hiring for, what people were wanting to go study, just happened to be this T word. It wasn't like ethnographic sort of comparative politics, which we would expect out of, I'm sure the University of Tehran, wishing them complete wellness right now and stuff like this as well. This sort of story, the story that came out of the US is that the US is obsessed with this T word, this E word. And it's not just economic, it's securitized and all this other icky stuff. But so yeah, but there's, when we see these horrible things happen, there's always multiple effects, and sort of as from a secular mindset, it's like, yeah, I have to understand if I can, almost Derridian deconstruction, like you have in your title, what can I actually take away that's useful or practical from different areas that are studying some sort of event or phenomenon or, sort of human nature thing.
Yeah, so I think let's try and bring it back more to the central topic, and there is a segue here, and because we sort of got here through talking about the maximally great being used by certain factions to justify abhorrent stuff, and that sort of takes us down this rabbit hole. And I guess what I wanted to say was I don't think it's really legitimate to say that Islam is genuinely used to justify this stuff. It's only insofar as a kind of rationally illegitimate cherry picking, which could be used with any philosophy whatsoever, and I think has been used to justify the war on tea as an example. And so that was sort of where where I wanted to sort of walk back up that system of rabbit holes to this maximally great being. I think there's a long history.
We're back to philosophy, right? Cool.
Yeah. So I wanted to sort of walk back up and say, okay, I recognize that particularly in the Christian heritage, the maximally great being has been used in a kind of gaslighty way that you were expressing. But I think that's deeply tied with this concept of original sin. And people being sinful and sinners, and there being this Aisha, exactly, great example. So these this idea of we're all sinners and that's why horrific things happen and so on. The Islamic paradigm is very, very different, and so I don't think the idea of maximally great entity in the Islamic paradigm has the same position. But I don't want to make your skin crawl by approaching it in the wrong direction, if you know what I mean. So how would you want to go about that? Like, do you understand the differences between the maximally great being in Islam and the maximally great being according to Christianity?
No, I'm happy to hear about it, and
Okay.
yeah, where if you want to put me in the room, kind of where I would look to see that or understand that. I think the opportunity, of course, is to learn from one another, and if I can learn from you, then that's a great thing. That's a good thing. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
So I think a good place to start is the sort of a high level definition, if you like, comes from Surah Al-Ikhlas, which is Qul huwa Allahu ahad, say he is one, Allahu as-samad, and as-samad is a very complicated word to translate, but essentially means self-sufficient, independent, which you'll probably recognize from the contingency arguments. Lam yalid wa lam yulad, which means neither begets nor is begotten. So he wasn't given birth to, and neither does he give birth. Walam yakun lahu kufuwan ahad, and there are none others like him. And this last one is very, very interesting in that it actually makes it a category error to lump the Allah in with any other generic theist concept, as in if you can put him in a set of maximal deities and tackle them all together, then that's automatically a category error by the part of the definition which is given in the class.
Okay, yeah, that you know, it seems cohesive, and so, you know, the difference I would say is if I am reasoning, the difference in my worldview is if I'm reasoning around like a particle that we observed or something that was predicted and then observed, I understand it's answering a different type of question for sure, definitely. And you know, the particle is something I have evidence of, and so, you know, why can't I say the same thing about a sandwich or a different god or something else? And then, you know, basically everything that follows from a text, I never have to listen to that again in my life.
Right. So here's an interesting one. You mentioned about particles and reasoning about their existence. What's your understanding of the role of axiomatics in physics and particles and you know, reasoning, say, quote unquote, proving something exists?
Yeah. So my understanding would be that, you know, even, and this is maybe a bit avant-garde, but, you know, even if we're taking like the Schrodinger equation to solve for electrons in an atom or something, you know, something kind of wonky, you know, if we have major branches of physics, you know, we could say subdomains or domains, axioms work there, but, you know, like this sort of this, to me, it's a wonky idea to say that that logic exists in cosmology. You know, I'm not totally sure why that is. Like, is an observer measuring something? Is this like, is that it? Like, what does it mean to say that's logical? If I intuit that an observer is logical, you know, and so I mostly think axioms are about this sort of human interpretation. So we can make, you know, I think atheists are allowed to be very public, and sort of, you know, build that buy-in about worldviews that are based on sort of secular interpretation, measurement, as well as, you know, kind of what common sense tells us the world might be like.
Well, I think what I'm sort of getting at here is that any mathematical based discipline, and physics obviously is a key example where mathematics connects to reality, you have an axiomatic framework. So you start with a system of axioms. And this is also true, you know, in more generic, you know, logical analysis, you know, in symbolic logic being sort of the most crystallized, crystal clear way of doing sort of clear thinking, shall we say, or clearly written out thinking. But it all proceeds from axioms, and what you do is you say, you know, I follow through from these axioms, I come to conclusions, things, you know, then comport to reality, and so on and so forth. So for me, I think one way to say this is I believe the Shahada is the best axiom. And, you know, you could say, for example, that Surah Al-Ikhlas that we just went through is a decent axiomatization of this core concept of what Allah is. And so from that framework, I think at least it allows us a bit of a better level playing field when we're talking about the conceptualization in an atheistic versus our worldview.
Yeah, you know, I think that is a little bit disingenuous, and not to be too harsh on you, but to be honest instead. You know, saying that, you know, we have axioms, which are these statements taken from the Quran about Allah. to me sounds very different than saying that, well, we have 600 years, 800 years, however long you want to draw the bounds out, of geometry eventually giving way to algebra being the big one, and then we have calculus, we have a universe of forces. And after we have a universe of forces, we're back to algebraic descriptions of the universe. To me, that sounds like very different than handing what like honestly appeared to be a post-it note.
Well, I mean, obviously, it's the system of axioms, let's say, is supposed to be very, very small. Now, within what you just listed through there are tons of different axioms, and the reason physics is in disarray at the moment is because they still haven't found a way to make them more consistent with each other. And so, for me, I don't mean it disingenuously, but I mean very, very genuinely, in that that the Shahada is the best axiom. In that, from that, if I take that as my foundation, then everything else follows very neatly and very nicely. I get a cohesive view of reality. The logic and the rationality comports to reality, comports to my experience of reality very well. Whereas if I take anything else as my starting point, I don't get the same, or I get an inferior theoretical landscape.
Yeah, and that's just different for me. If I have the option of I think social science is like if you say the Shahada is the most perfect axiom that exists, or it's
well, I said the best axiom, but yeah,
the best axiom for God. Okay, I would say, well, like,
no, not axiom for God. No, I said just the best axiom.
Best axiom.
So,
okay.
yeah.
Well, I would say that, like, to me as a Westerner in the U.S., I would say that the 30 Years' War is a better axiom about you can find more useful information about human nature, with the 30-Year War and the writings of Rousseau or Locke. And those.
I'd
those
say
two.
It's interesting you'd make that claim,
Or Hobbes.
because I mean, think about what's entailed by Shahada, right? If I affirm Shahada, then that entails what came out of Muhammad Sallallahu mouth, right? Prophet Muhammad's mouth. It entails the contents of the Quran, and it entails the Hadith corpus, and then that is such a rich, incredibly philosophically rich, and very powerful and very effective way of studying and understanding pretty much every aspect of human nature, society, societal nature, and interactions. It's far more comprehensive than anything Rousseau wrote.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Well, hang on a minute.
Just before you
no, Faisal, 1 second. Why would you say I don't think so if you haven't really studied Quran and Hadith corpus?
Because what you just told me, I can't go out and look at. Rousseau's writings are full of tiny arguments that you can just pick up and flip through and find wisdom in.
But I could say very much the same about the Hadith corpus and the Quran.
Yeah, that's fine. But, to me, what's more interesting is I don't think the Quran has an answer for why during the 30-Year War, human beings, which were all human beings, up to 50% of some countries and city-states populations passed away. And it's funny because while everyone, like an entire continent was mobilized to fight each other, 20%, so in some cases as many as 40% of the deaths, 20% of some countries passed away from disease and famine. And so isn't that so funny that we're fighting about religion and political power, and at the same time we're willing to tolerate these sort of avoidable natural causes of death? That to me is a much richer plane to sort of apply what I typically think of as either axiomatic thinking or trying to like reason through, understand, what's my nature? Can my nature be something that does reason and understand? Isn't that just what a human is?
So I mean, okay, let's say, how would we establish some framework for deciding what's better? Because obviously at the moment, I have my experience and understanding of Islam, and I find it much richer and better and more cohesive for that kind of analysis. You're saying that the output of analysis after the 30 Years' War and the Europe tearing itself apart, you find more valuable. How are we? Is this just a purely subjective thing about where I am right now and where you are right now? It's more valuable relative to that, or is this something that we can talk about in a more analytic sense and define quasi-objectively, at least, what is a better system?
Yeah, if I were to say that there's an objective claim to be made for political theory or theory in general for understanding human nature, what I would say is the stuff you were talking about doesn't, you can't ever include neuroscience. You have to justify why you can include neuroscience. You can't include
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
history. I mean, if I'm talking about a maximally great God, don't those same axioms have counterfactuals and entailments baked in that I cannot use the same truth claim? I cannot be both reasoning about God as well as reasoning about the universe at the same time.
Can I sort of stop this?
I wouldn't say so. For me, they work together very
Brother Sam and Duck, can I sort of stop this and bring this back? Because I think a better question to ask Duck is to ask us, right, why do we call it a better axiom, right? Ask Brother Islam, why does he think it's a better axiom? And ask him, how would it apply to a given situation, right? And that's make sense of it. Because right now what you're doing, you're giving us sort of like the 30-year war. Honestly, I don't even know what the 30-year war was. I don't have an European history, right? Not too relevant to me. Maybe a lot of Americans don't even know that. Maybe a lot of people from Africa, Asia.
We do need to be careful of our audience being able to follow. That's true.
Yeah. So I just want to make sure that it is what we're having this discussion on. It stays relevant for our audiences as well. They can derive benefits from it. And I think the better approach from you, instead of just denying outright on how we're basically saying it doesn't make any sense, right, to you, ask us, why is it that you've actually come to that conclusion? Because remember this stuff, Brother Islam, he used to be an atheist like you. He actually went through this exploration and arrived at that sort of a conclusion.
Okay. I mean, I was a slightly different kind of atheist, but you're right that I was able to follow why he's bringing these things up, and although it sounds very much like he's making these attacking claims, he's actually sort of laying out what he wants me to address. It would be easier maybe to follow if you put it in a way of, can you address why this appears to be a contradiction? So for example, where you said it appears to be that you can't sort of combine the reasoning about the maximal being with, for example, neuroscience, and then see, how do I resolve that? Why do I have a bookshelf that has books on neuroscience and I study it and how it relates to my autism, yet I'm also a Muslim that believes in this maximally great God? For example. Just briefly around the 30 Years' War, it's relevant because this is the sort of Protestant Catholics going at it and the collapse of the Holy Roman Empire, beginnings of it and so on.
So I have a question.
Oh yeah, go on.
Can you address this? So I know maybe it wasn't your problem, but the Wikipedia article, the Wikipedia summary on SA, the bad term in the Bible, is 8,000 words long. And so, given the fact that Islam came after Christianity, wouldn't it be the case that in the Shada, if Muhammad is the true prophet, okay, wouldn't he and others have had more to say about just this issue of either law or this kind of crime against men or women would be like. Wouldn't that have been something that, to make shara true, shouldn't we have expected to see a little more of a robust or philosophically comprehensive answer?
So here's an interesting. I mean, if, for
from
me,
a maximally great God.
If you want me to
So, no, I just want to address this directly, if I may. So I don't think length of dialogue or length of output is a good measure of its capacity, or its goodness, or how useful it is, and actually often it can be the converse. Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam very clearly, very explicitly, anything to do with SA is completely prohibited on multiple different fronts, and very evil. There is a great economy of speech, something he was famous for, well renowned for, and well regarded for, and he said and demonstrated sufficient for the rest of the consequences to be sort of clearly examined, if you like. He spent a 13-year ministry. We have quite a lot of writings about that are preserved. We're very careful with what is counted as being well enough attested to be sort of included in that corpus. So we don't have everything he said, but I think it's comprehensive enough. And if you look at the Islamic empire that followed, and you look at the amount of scholarship that was done, it's incredibly extensive. Before computers to assist writing and sharing of information, they had millions of books in the libraries, quite literally, in the Islamic libraries, or we don't know the exact numbers. So I don't see the problem so much. In fact, I'd say it's beneficial that it doesn't have such a complex philosophical landscape that you need such a long article to address that issue.
Let me tell you this. So this is why it feels like you're lying to me, because you've responded to my question.
Duck.
Yes.
Duck. This is like you're making a very strong statement. I would advise you to take back what you said.
Okay.
Yes,
so
please,
my interpretation of your answer was that, well, we should find the same quality. You're talking about phenomena. You said very strong, right? This is a phenomenal description of social phenomenon. And so what we should see is.
Sorry, I don't recognize having said that. What is it you think I said you're addressing?
You said it's very wrong and very evil. So and there's a very strong language. And so my interpretation is this is not about spirituality. This is to have an answer to this question, you'd have to have sufficient evidence that is consistent with social phenomenal proof to solve violent crimes against vulnerable people in any society. And I did not see. It appeared that you're appealing back to me to solve this question that I initially posed to you.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't at all. No, let me clarify.
Is that not right?
Yeah, and I do want to respond to this, because this is getting into somewhat of a. He's bringing up something which is insinuating something very unfortunate here, and I do want to address this. Okay, here's the thing. Number one, when we say La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, it actually means that we accept the Prophet be upon him as our guide, as our teacher. We accept the law that he has given us. We accept that this law is coming from the one true God, who's the creator of this universe. Now, having done that, right, that being the axiom, we now accept all of those laws that he has brought over. And included within those laws is the idea that this action has to be consensual. It also has to be after you've married the individual, when the man has taken responsibility of the woman, that he is going to provide for her, he's going to protect her, he's going to do all those things that come with the contract of marriage, and the woman has agreed that she will give him the right to consummate the marriage with her, right? There is no, I repeat again, that there is no marriage in Islam, and hence no this idea of consummation, this idea of intercourse without marriage does not exist in Islam. And there is no marriage in Islam without the two parties being consensual. All right. So this position that you're giving us of that it should be part of the axiom, that is actually a nonsense position for us, because we apply an axiom which is the foundation for this sort of ruling. All right. So this ruling comes as part of the law. It's not part of the axiom, and this is why this axiom is so strong.
So this is what I wanted to explain. This is where I thought that was a teachable moment, because perhaps Doug doesn't understand that or the degree to which the Islamic religion differs from Christianity, and it's not analogous, because the system, he wasn't just a spiritual teacher, right? It wasn't like Jesus giving mostly spiritual guidance and that sort of stuff. It was very, very practical as well. Like there's literal, practical, actual laws, societal controls, and so on and so forth. So it's not like there's some spiritual plane on which is explained and everything else is up to us to derive stuff. It's a holistic approach.
Yeah, I don't, that to me, that sounds a little bit like, just speaking as Duck, that sounds frightening, that I have spiritual controls that, so a perfect book isn't totally dealing with social phenomenon. Okay, I can accept that, apparently. And additionally,
no, that's not what we said. Again, my friend, that's not what we said. Sorry. You misunderstood us, or I don't know if it actually you understood. We're saying the axiom may not be addressing it, but the laws that come with the axiom do address this sort of situation, right? There are guidelines which tell us how we're supposed to act in these situations.
Yeah, so so the Quran and the Hadith corpus and all of the example of Muhammad Islam and so on,
yes,
it's all follows as an implication from Shahada, right? So I'm saying Shahada is the axiom, the rest of this stuff follows, and what follows does in detail deal with SA and other kinds of related problems.
So why isn't that true? Why isn't that true then of like pop culture or books? Like, couldn't I read Harry Potter and say that I also have a guideline for how to act?
Right.
There's no maximally great God that's necessary in that case.
Right. Well, so hang on a minute. I didn't say that it's necessary to have a maximally great God in order to derive some moral basis or other. There is. Humanism is one example of that. But so you would have to take a certain axiom, let's say J.K. Rowling is a great teacher or a great thinker, for example, and then from that say, okay, under that axiom or because of that, I'm now justified to take my morality or whatever from the Harry Potter series. But I don't think that would be very let's say consistent. I don't think you're very I think you'll find lots of inconsistencies. I don't think it'll comport to reality particularly well, and I think it'll be somewhat pigeonholed in certain domains of life, and I don't think it would apply holistically. And the unique thing I believe about Islam is that it is holistic. It does integrate the spiritual, emotional, social, practical, the whole shebang. Now, the reason the axiom thing is connected specifically is because it's literally this one axiom then entails the rest and the contents of it. I don't need another axiom. I don't even need to take the axioms involved in studying quantum theory, general relativity, or any of this kind of stuff separately. They also all follow, believe it or not, from the axiom of Shahada, and we can walk through how that works as well.
But my holy book as an atheist tells me I can understand why J.K. Rowling wrote this text for commercial success and commercial purchases, and then she went on and wrote 7 more of these same books. I can learn that story, and so if I'm steel manning a position where I'm taking a stance that like I don't like Chronicles of Narnia, and I'll show you real quick just because we're here. Yeah, I do have the full anthology of Chronicles of Narnia.
Cool.
C.S. Lewis. And I have a engraved version of the first Harry Potter book that I got as a gift. But I can already say that, look, I have more explanations that are happening because of because, you know, when I sort of had this like doubt or skepticism that there's morality in Harry Potter, you know, I can understand the context of the book. And if I get to the end of it and it's an absurdity, that's fine. But if there's not an absurdity there, then shouldn't it be the case that that, you know, I'm making the same type of argument? I have a Harry Potter shahada.
Well, you can take that position if you like, and I just think it would be inferior to the Islamic Shahada, and we can examine why that is. I gave sort of an outline of various reasons, I think. So yeah, you can take that position for your belief system. You could write your belief system in a book, or you could say as an axiom. You know, let's take that sort of 4-volume set on the Encyclopedia of the Enlightenment, and you know, stick my finger in various random pages and say these are going to be my basis. You know, of course, all sorts of ways.
I want to add something here, because there's a fundamental disagreement I would have with someone taking a shahada like that. First of all, J.K. Rowling never intended for that book to be used up. Right? It's a work of fiction. The author never had the intention that this is the purpose what that book is going to support, right? If you want to use it for something other than its intention, you have every right to do that. Okay, now here's my question. Pick up any book, right? Any book, okay? Which book claims that this is from God?
Which book claims? I would say the ones.
How many books are out there that actually make that claim that this is
hundreds.
from the
I think
from God?
Hundreds of
Which
them
ones?
have that.
Give me names.
Hundreds of them have that.
I'll give you.
The Bible isn't. There's a Buddhist text. You have the
Which
Bhagavad
Buddhist
Gita,
text claims that it is from God?
You have
Sorry?
actually, like, yeah. So wouldn't it be more accurate to say that there's multiple books that have been centralized as being said to have been from prophets, which is from God?
No, well,
that's how that happens.
This is actually an important distinction. Let me take this one, Faisal. This is an important distinction, right? Because there are books that have been claimed from people who are, or that are from people who have claimed some kind of spiritual divinity, some kind of special connection with God or whatever. I wouldn't class the Buddhist as being saying it's from God, right? The Hindu scriptures that you referenced, for example, are not claimed to be from God. Like nobody's makes that claim. They're you know, people say it's an accurate rendition or representation of stories that came down that are supposed to have captured the stories of the gods and so on and so forth. But it's not direct revelation. So the specific subclass. One example would be, let's say, you know, Mormonism. This, you know, the books from Joseph Smith, right? Those were claimed to be direct revelation, and so that would satisfy the claim that they're supposed to have been from God. There's a certain sect called the Ahmadiyya who have books by someone they claim to be a prophet, and but even then their writings are supposed to essentially mix in stuff that's from God with stuff that's from this guy that isn't directly revelation from God. So but the claim of the Quran is very distinct, and I don't think you'll find many books that have the claim where the entire contents of this is directly dictated from God verbatim. That's quite an important distinction, right? I mean, even the New Testament and the Old Testament don't satisfy that criteria. None of them are supposed to be directly dictated from God.
Exactly, and it's not just about dictated. The book never claims, the author never claims to be the Almighty. All right, now here's a claim in the Quran, right? Do they not reflect on the Quran? Had it been from anyone other than Allah, Allah being the Almighty, the supreme existence, the transcendent being, right? They would have certainly found in it many inconsistencies. And go read through the Quran. It makes the claim over and over again that this book is from the Almighty, right? This is like you would find it all over the book. Okay. Now, what I wanted to point out is, if you read the Bhagavad Gita does not claim to have been written by or authored by, not necessarily written, but authored by the Almighty existence, not the Hindu Ishwar, as the Hindus call him, or Brahman, right?
Yeah.
That's not the claim from that book. You look at the Bible as well, all the New Testament. None of the New Testament books claim that these are from God directly.
Okay, but I can respond to this. So all atheists would say that. Okay, here's my claim. All atheists would say that a book like the Quran was just written by men with incentives, and so any book that claims to be from God is like the Quran, and so all holy books must be like the Quran, and the Quran, and then the Shahada isn't anything unique. It has to be true.
I mean, that would involve.
I know that to be true.
Well, that would involve mischaracterizing the situation.
Brother Sam,
it's justice. It's justice for me to voice my opinion.
No, it is justice for you to voice your opinion, but we're not talking about that. The statement that you made, bring on the other books that you talk about, right? Because this is the claim the Quran is making. Right. Let's see. It's telling you.
This is the crucial difference that I really want to highlight. Is specifically the Quran makes the claim that it is specifically authored by God verbatim, right? And so even an atheist can take the position that that's a false claim and actually it was written by men with incentives, and then they can say the same about other books. And so under that external critique from their own, hypothesis, they can say under their hypothesis, then the Shahada is not unique. Yeah, but that's not an internal critique of Islam, and it's not really an actual critique of Islam at all. It's just a counter position that's just been put together, and then we'd have to examine, okay, is the claim the book from God? Is it legitimate to just say no, it's not? Can we prove it's from God? This is where things get interesting.
But I maybe made it. So let me admit, I maybe made a buddy duck. I made a big mistake. I maybe made an imperfect argument. It's an imperfect argument. But at the same time, I have to say that if I can rest my worldview on assuming the conclusion that I'm making, that this must be a book that was written to deceive and to trick people, and this is the only conclusion I can reach, then I have to go with my epistemology over the argument itself. I have to say, I cannot stay silent that this type of text is written to be taken too literally and applied to too many people who don't consent or agree to believe in it. And it builds systems. It builds systems like a lot of other things that makes people feel like they don't have sovereignty and autonomy. It undermines their very own conclusion. It undermines conclusions we should be talking about. And so how can it be the case? How can it be the case I can even discuss this being honest?
Yeah. Well, so here's the thing, right? How do you know what makes you think the Quran does these things?
Yeah, that's just one thing, brother. But
no, Faisal, let's take it step by step.
Okay. Right.
So, I would imagine that I could go through the Quran and look up examples of slavery. I can look up, here's the most offensive one to me. This is to me personally, when I'm thinking about being an autonomous or sovereign person, is the Quran and the Bible both lie about natural law and science. And most modern religious people believe that we can trust both. And so how is it the case that it takes God 1,500 years in a little place in Italy to describe this universe of forces, right? The first complete worldview coming from a study of mathematics, prediction, from Isaac Newton. We have a universe of forces, and we can go back 700, 800 years or 2,000 years or 3,000 years, and every time God spoke to people were too flawed to understand this way that we relate
No,
to the
I
world.
think there's so much to unpack here. I'm gonna have to go pray soon, so I have to wrap it up.
Yeah.
But I would love to talk to you on this one more. I think fundamentally, first, we're gonna have to revise your history. The history of where those sciences come and how they come from. It's ironic because the modern scientific method and the stuff you refer to, the race and so on, actually comes from the Islamic paradigm in the first place. Like
Yes.
And where you said Quran makes false claims about, you know, I would disagree. I'm very well versed in the physics, the science, and you know the history, particularly in physics and maths and its history. I also believe in the Quran. I don't believe it makes false claims. I don't believe it has contradictions with our understanding. But I think we need to be very, very careful about what physics and math is and what it actually tells us and doesn't tell us. And I think we need to sort of get these things ironed out before we go and then look at the claims you're making.
Yeah, you know, I don't normally like, you know, the panel was titled Deconstructing Atheism, and so I don't normally like to push out or be behind any sort of problem or issue you know that I have with someone else's worldview. I don't usually like to have problems with someone's worldview as it is, right? As it is. And so this is partially where, you know, when humans, you know, when we have a good conversation, we try and get something done that's going to be worthwhile and meaningful. It's worthwhile and meaningful to whatever. I just, you know, I see the rules. I see, you know, but Duck's not supposed to be a blasphemist. I'm supposed to be respectful. I all I can say for myself is that I tried to do that as much as possible. I always try to be respectful.
So there's just one thing I would say regarding what you said before that just really stuck out to me. It's worth contemplating. Is the Quran says this is a guide for those who believe. So the idea that you know it's also for people who don't believe or somehow, you know, constrains them against their will or anything like that, it's just alien. It's alien to you know the Islamic worldview. But I think I really like to have a think about you know what you're bringing up in your position and engage it when I'm less tired and when I've got a bit more time. But I think there's a lot to unpack, and I think we're going to have to try and find a way to understand each other's view of history and also of the relationship between logic, maths, and connecting to reality before we can sort of really unpack the higher level argument or criticism that you brought those things up in relation to.
Yeah, and who knows, maybe we have a conversation about spirituality or something at some point, maybe not the next time or the next time, but you know, instead of treating each other like we're beating a dead horse on the same topics, you know, yeah, there's always stuff that we can talk about.
Yeah,
and,
it's a spirituality. Like. Again, it's difficult to know if we're talking about the same thing. There's a guy called Naturalist or Nate that we've been talking to, and you know we have it's difficult sometimes, you know, with the definition of supernatural. What is it? You know, we're in you know,
we went through it for like it takes two streams almost, right?
And I feel there's something similar here regarding spiritual and non-spiritual and so on. Again, it's something I think is worth us going into.
Yeah. Why don't you take a break, go pray? Yes.
Yeah,
and then
I'm gonna take off
I'll
as well.
continue with Doug.
I gotta go running.
If you're okay with it.
I gotta go for a run.
No worries.
I know. I'm smoking cigarettes. I have to.
Fair enough.
No worries.
Okay.
That's fine. All right. You're welcome. We're streaming Tuesdays. All right. Take care.
Bye.
So it was interesting how he was putting his hands together like Hindus and
No, but I mean it's a more generic mark of respectful interaction that I think actually inherits from the Christian tradition. But in terms of
that's interesting.
I mean, yeah, of course, I think it was previously you know, in Hindu religion before, so it's, you know, but I mean in terms of it being a sort of respectful way to you know end a conversation or something like that, I think that comes from the Christian influence in America. I'm not quite sure though. Be interesting. We can ask him if it's just a habit or
I'll tell you the context because I come from the subcontinent and chat. If anyone from the subcontinent, please correct me, it's sort of seen as a mark of submission. If I've done something wrong, or if I've done something that offended you, I'm basically seeking forgiveness for that from you. So that's essentially where it comes.
Well, I think
maybe it is.
Evolutionary psychology, as far as I understand it, has it as being a very disarming and non-aggressive, because when you've got your hands closed like this, you can't be holding a weapon, you're not forming fists and things like that. So there may be more sort of psychological undertones like this. It actually relates to something that's often fascinated me, is why in every European, previously pagan country, they cross their fingers, right, to mean, luck, which is, it's something that you do to, and it kind of binds your hand, right, and it's almost like there's no more I can do with my hands holding tools or pushing or whatever, and that's why you end up, now I'm crossing my fingers. Except Germany. In Germany, they drucken den Daumen, press your thumbs, which also locks up your hand, and that's what it has in common. But why is it that all the other countries cross their fingers and the Germans press their thumbs? Very, very strange.
That's interesting.
But they both have that common thing, locking your hand up. So it's like I've done all I can with my hands. Now it's, but not up to God. They put up to fate as one of their gods, and that's where that comes from.
Sure. So you go and pray.
Yep.
I'm just gonna engage the chat for a while.
All right.
See. So. Go ahead. You go pray. Okay. All right, chat. So, interesting discussion, I would say. Definitely a very different individual from some of the other individuals we've had a conversation with, and would welcome him back to have a conversation and explore his beliefs, because we sort of explored some of these topics, but we didn't really get into the in-depth. So, dots connected to Islam. How are you? So, Faisal here. For the whole team, yes, alhamdulillah, everybody's good. And for myself, alhamdulillah, I'm doing fine as well. Curious Muslim, Laki, how are you doing?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalamu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, I don't really need to be on stage. There's not a lot.
I had nobody else, so I can bring you up for a quick conversation, Laki.
Okay.
So what did you think? One of the things which sort of stood out for me.
I'm sorry, I'll interrupt you for a second, Faisal. I had to do something, so I basically didn't attend the stream, and I left the stream when you started watching that atheist guy on his stream, and we were talking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
no worries,
I had to go then, so I just came back.
Okay, I'll keep you in the back. Don't worry.
Okay.
All right. So some things that really stood out to me is how there was selective skepticism, right? And I wanted to ask him this question: if you hear this, tell me what you think and why you think this is the case. Because when we were talking about the Quran, his number one, I got the impression that you haven't really done the study of the Quran to make those claims yet, right? And I would advise you have that study, do that study, come ask us those questions, right? And then we can have a more meaningful conversation. Now, that being said, what I find was very telling was when you brought up that the Quran is written to control people, right? You give into this idea that the Quran is essentially a book written to exercise some sort of control, and there is the agenda behind the writing of this book. Now, I would actually argue that from what you have, the way you have approached this conversation, I find that you're the one who's actually given yourself into control, into all the propaganda, all of that language that has been taught to you, right? And you've allowed yourself to be less skeptical of all of that information. Like we saw earlier on, the terms that you were using, these were very loaded terms. That's not how you have a conversation with people, right? To basically other them to put labels on them that they do not agree with, right? So this piece of selective skepticism that you had, where you were looking at a religious book from the perspective that it is meant to control people, but all of this political propaganda, all of the non-political propaganda, right? You've allowed it to control you. So this is where we believe that it's more meaningful to have that conversation on a more level playing field, without these preconceptions of what religion is. Now, we're very happy with you coming in after having read some of the scripture and asking us meaningful questions about it, because some of the other things that happened during the conversation was how you took the idea of essay from the Old Testament, from the New Testament, and you basically just applied it to the Quran, as if we're supposed to carry on the burden just because we're theists. That's not how it is, right? Instead of asking us what are the protections for a woman in Islam from something like this. Now, having said this, right, there's I'm not sure if I have the correct link, but I'm actually finding. Yeah, so this is, I'm going to bring this up on the screen just to make people aware of this. This is on the site Islam QA. All right, the hadith about the woman who did not want the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and peace of Allah be upon him, blessings and peace of Allah be upon him, to come near her, right? So the Prophet, peace be upon him, this is from the hadith. The story is sahih and was narrated in several hadith and contexts which confirm one another. It was narrated by Al-Bukhari in his Sahih 5254 from Imam Al-Awza'i, who said, I asked, let me actually blow this up because I'm starting to feel like my age is catching up to me, chat, so please be generous. Okay. Okay, let me actually make this bigger. Okay, this looks better. Yeah, this is much better. Okay. Said, I asked Az-Zuhri, which of the wives of the Prophet, peace be upon him, sought refuge with Allah from him? He said, Urwa told me from Aisha radiallahu anha that when the daughter of Al-Jawan, who was brought in as a bride to the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he came close to her, she said, I seek refuge with Allah from you. So he said to her, you have sought refuge with one who is great. Go back to your family. Now, what is the, it was also narrated by Al-Bukhari in his Sahih 5255 that Abu said, may Allah be pleased with him, said, we went out with the Prophet, blessings, Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and came to a garden called Ash-Shot. We came to two walls and sat between them. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, sit here, and he went into the garden. Al-Janiha had been brought and lodged in a house in a date palm garden in the house of Umayyah bin Numan bin Sharahil, and her maid was with her. When the Prophet ﷺ entered upon her, he said, give yourself to me in marriage. She said, would a queen give herself to an ordinary man? He stretched out his hand to pet her so that she might calm down, but she said, I seek refuge with Allah from you. He said, you have sought refuge with one who gives refuge. Then he came out to us and said, O Abu Said, give her 2 garments of white linen and take her to her family. He, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, also, sorry, he narrated, maybe it is talking about, okay, also narrated number, oh, it's Bukhari. So Bukhari also narrated in 5256 from Abbas ibn Sahal, from his father, and from Abu Said, that they said, the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam married Umayyah bint Sharahil. When she was brought into him, he reached out his hand towards her, and it was as if she disliked that. So he instructed Abu Said to give her her trousseau and give her 2 garments of white linen, right? So, and obviously it goes on, but you sort of get the idea that the Prophet ﷺ, if the intention was to, that once he was the most powerful man in Arabia at the time, right? If he had chosen a woman and he wanted to have her, obviously he could have had her regardless of her wishes, but he just moved his hand closer to her, and she flinched back, or whatever else she, in her whatever opinion, she thought that this is not what she wanted. The Prophet ﷺ basically stopped, and he gave her a gift and sent her back to her father. So this is the idea that any of the marriages of the Prophet ﷺ, or by extension, the idea that he would allow any Muslims to force themselves on anyone, right? It is preposterous. It just goes against everything that he stood for, that he laid the example for, and that he taught us, right? So this is it's important that we actually keep these things in mind, that our tradition is actually full of ways to counter all of these evils that are out there, right? Okay, so let's see, what do we have now? And we've one of the other things that I saw today is most of the underlying argument that I see in this particular instance has to do with some form of an emotional denial. It is not necessarily a logical denial of the existence of God, and maybe we can discuss the logic next time with Doug when you come on, and we can talk about that aspect of it, because we didn't get into why we can logically conclude that God must exist, right, for us to make sense of our reality, and why our reality does not make sense in a paradigm where God does not exist. And we can have that conversation definitely next time you have the opportunity to come on, and we can discuss this. All right, so we're actually going to go back to that video. Hopefully we'll be able to.
Allah.
Yes, great timing. I just wanted to bring this up. Give me a second.
What did you chat
So
about?
I was just going over, so a couple of things. Some of the observations, for example, his skepticism was very selective, the way I saw it, that the Quran is actually written to control people, but he's basically given into all the propaganda and all the language that people are using today to control.
I think well, I think that's an irony.
Yes.
But this is the thing. There's a whole load of hidden social conditioning which doesn't appear to be social conditioning to the one raising it. Although I don't think it would be fair to say that he is, you're certainly not your typical thinker from that place. And so,
and not probably consciously, right? So,
yeah, one of the things I noted was how he took as an assumption, without realizing he took as an assumption, that you could do the same thing with these other books, or it's just like the Bible. And this is why I wanted to sort of go back to first principles and show how Allah is different from the concept. So even if we're talking about the one God, it's conceptualized and approached and understood differently, and likewise the book itself is fundamentally different in that it's authored by God, not something that's about one of his prophets and so on. But we'll get there, inshallah. I think it's actually, I think that conversation was very promising.
It is. I don't think it's
because the if you look at all the objections, they're very clear and they're very, very clearly able to be peeled off, and it's clearly sort of marked out the areas that need addressing. But that's the sense in which it's promising, and the sense in which it's daunting, although I'd like a better word for it, is that it does mean there's a very, very long road ahead for him to be able to understand the Islamic perspective. And it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle, because he thinks because he has a foundation, through a foundational lens through which everything is being run through. And so it makes the things we say get distorted as they go through, and we have to sort of unpick those every time, and that's going to be a bit challenging.
So let me actually point out a few things, and I don't want us to go too much into this right now, because we'll give him the opportunity to talk. But I'm going to go back through this video, just jot these down as discussion points. Right, first definitely was a selective skepticism, but just for that to be pointed out to him that yes, you have this, right? Why have you given into this, right? Even if it is subconscious. Number two, right? When we were having these conversations with him, he was basically arguing from the Christian perspective, not necessarily from responding to the Islamic concept of God.
But this is what I meant by putting things through the lens that he has, because when we say certain words, he views them from that Christian perspective without realizing that he's essentially at that point got a different concept in his head from ours, and it'll take a long time to disentangle that. Yeah.
So then I had this idea where what was it? Sorry, I didn't have those written down, but what was the other thing that I had? This happened right at the end. Oh yeah, his arguments were very emotionally driven, right? This was not a logically based argumentation or a discussion that we were having. There were deep emotions underlying the kind of arguments that we heard. Right.
Yeah, but I don't think that's I don't think that's inherently problematic as long as it's recognized. Like, he has every right to make those kind of arguments and assertions if he wants to. I think as long as he's clear that there is a distinction between the purely rational logical approach, not which he seems to recognize the distinction there.
And I hope that does, but the reason why I think we need to point that out is because when we were having those conversations, his responses were emotionally driven. His defensive mechanism is still emotionally driven. It's not.
Well, you've got to be careful not to sound like we're psychoanalyzing him, right? Because I think we would recognize from our paradigm that his fitra, the innate good nature. And so it's responding, and it's legitimate to feel those things and respond with those things. But what we would say is that
I just want to point out the last one as well, because I'll forget it otherwise. But in this one, I just want to point out that it's not that I'm criticizing him, but I want him to be aware the next time he comes, and I want us to be aware that I think him know this is the case.
What I needed to finish, but what I needed to finish what I'm saying is, again, we can't be psychoanalyzing and saying it is the case that this is emotionally driven, and it will be a combination of reason and emotion, right? Because it's a combined entity, a combined being that's talking, and so we need to work with him to see what comes from emotion first, what comes from reason first, how they're interconnected, and sort of get him to lay out which are emotionally priors, because for someone to object to something because it feels wrong or seems wrong or is morally offensive or reprehensible and so on, fine. But then if you're using rational sort of language or discourse on top of that, we need to be very careful, and so we need to figure out with him what he recognizes as being fundamentally due to raising emotional conflict or anger or upset inside him, and that being his objection versus objections that are on logical grounds where it seems to be contradictory, independent of his emotional response.
Yeah. And then finally, we actually didn't get to explore the other isms that he holds on to, because like we've learned from talking to some of the other non-Muslim brothers and non-religious brothers out there, that it's not just atheism that's part of their paradigm. They're also naturalists, they're also humanists, and they can also be some of these other isms that they have, right? So those are that's definitely a discussion that we're missing.
Yeah, well, I that's somewhere where Duck is quite different from a lot of other people in that he hasn't really sort of picked off the shelf these isms. He's kind of in the process. I think it still appears to be in the process of putting together his worldview, although he has something he feels is working while he's in the process of refining it, right? So,
okay.
But it seems to be relatively custom, let's say custom made, rather than being off the shelf humanism. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And obviously we would need to ask
so we need to be careful not to make the same mistake we thought he was making, as in squishing his views into a particular lens of being this or that type of ism. Yeah.
So this is why I said we need to explore those with him, where he stands with these, because atheism doesn't explain your morality. Atheism cannot explain your why things exist or anything like that.
It doesn't explain anything. It's an empty non-position. There's the actual positions underneath are something entirely different. The statement of atheism is really a consequence.
Yes. So those that's I think where I think we should start from there before we get back into this, because I felt like we were getting into this quagmire, especially because the language he was using was so loaded, unfortunately, that we kept getting into this, and the discussion kept getting stumped one place or the other.
I think the best starting point is the one I identified and unfortunately didn't stick to, which is to begin with understanding what we mean when we say Allah. And I think probably the next thing after that is to understand what we mean by worship, and then what is an ilah. Because I think we had some of this conversation before, and he ended up recognizing that from our paradigm. And so, in order to use these words consistently in our discourse, then he's effectively a polytheist rather than an atheist. He recognized that before.
Yeah. Yes, he has. Yes. All right. So let's bring Ian back up. And let's take a look, because all right, you remember where we were at the
30 seconds in.
Yes. All right, let's go ahead.
I do that answer. I wouldn't be
sure. Then this is just a data point that's wildly unexpected on your view. The problem with saying this mind want to intelligently design.
Yeah, this question.
Sure. And why would this mind want to intelligently design?
I don't know.
Oh, well,
I do that answer. I wouldn't be
sure. Then this is a data point that's wildly unexpected on your view. The problem with saying just that a mind created the universe is that now the question of motivation becomes very murky. What the classical religions solve for is that most of them will posit a reason why God created. But if you're taking your God away from a religion, you're actually taking the motivation away as well, which means that this is actually just going to be a data point. The fact that anything exists at all would just be a data point against your God.
I think I'll answer an Alan
nuts. Why is it a data point against God? Mate, absolutely. What he just said was just sophistry at its finest. It's complete garbage. Yes, it's true that many religions, or every religion really does give some motivation. There's motivations given in Quran. There's motivations given in the Bible and so on. But none of them fully encapsulate. It comes back to this problem of, you know, if I can't give a complete answer, then I can only give an answer with holes, which you're going to pick at and pull apart. So it's a heads I win, tails you lose. But to say, oh, because you're not giving a motivational, because you're saying he said, I don't know, not there is none. If he had said there is none, there would have been potential to argue, well, therefore there's a hole, right? Because an intelligent creator would have a reason. This goes along with the intelligence, right? It wouldn't be intelligent to do something without a reason. But he didn't say there is no reason. He said, I don't know it, which is very legitimate. And to take it the way he did, it's just, if this guy is genuine, the level of lost is astronomical. But he seems, it's really hard. I'm trying my best, but it's really hard to see him as taking these things seriously, rather than as like a game.
Yeah, this is a game. It does look like a game to him because, so interestingly enough, he a little later, sometime I think in the same stream, he does point out to an individual who started pushing back on him, right? That he has ADHD, and he played that as an emotional card, right? That I'm forgetting exactly what that argument was, but it happens really later on.
Well, let's see if we get to it.
Enough,
I don't want to misquote
him. We won't get there. To be honest, we won't get there. But interestingly enough, what I found was very telling is when someone else did this uncharitable hearing from him, right? He basically played that card to get back into sort of the argument, right?
Wow. We'll see if we get to it. I need to be careful not to to try and address the stuff that we've shown him saying rather than. Yeah.
All right, let's see.
To experience, if the universe is experiencing itself through a multiplicity of other experiences, I think that would qualify and be sufficient for anyone.
And why would
I had a question for you though. Do you, and this is genuine, I'm not trying to be snarky, I really, really do mean this. Mm-hmm. Do you feel at times that you are just a contrarian instead of trying to bridge the divide and understanding? Because unless you have solved the the hard problem of consciousness, unless you've got all of that to lay out bare for your entire audience to see, you're just arguing as a contrarian as opposed to trying to.
So this was like a great pivot to meta, but I'd much prefer it if we just stick down to the substance. So, I mean, you said that God wanted intelligent design and that God wants to experience himself. Why would God want to experience himself?
I don't know. Well, I mean, why do we do anything that we do? I mean,
the irony of him asking for a motivation for God and not giving his own motivation for argument is unbelievable.
Well, yeah, it wasn't. The thing is, okay, to be fair, the person didn't ask him, what is your motivation? He asked him, is your motivation being a contrarian, essentially? So, are you just being a contrarian? Which, does call him out. And he just basically, he said, that's a fancy way of saying, you're just trying to throw red herrings. I'm going to completely ignore you and just carry on along my train. Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's back on.
Yeah, for reasons. For all of our actions, we have reasons.
So are you a person that needs to have empirical evidence in order for there to be, you don't have faith in something that, like, I've used this example with Blitz before, and many of my other friends, before the Wright brothers figured out how to fly, do you not think that they had faith that it could be done?
Wait, what do you think the answer to your question was?
I asked the question.
Wait, but what do you think the answer to your question was? Because it seems like you're trying to run me down a dialogue tree. My answer was no, I don't think you need empirical evidence in order to believe something. You tried to run me down the dialogue tree as if I said yes, but my answer was no.
But but everything that you do in your debates seems to.
Nope.
Yeah, I mean,
I haven't said the word empirical a single time. You brought that up first.
As more of a generalization of how I guess your MO. And it's not a bad thing. I mean, that's fine. That's what you need in order to.
I don't need that for like the third time. I don't need empirical evidence. What I need is at the least like philosophical evidence. You could give me empirical evidence. You could give me philosophical evidence. But what you need to give me is like some type of evidence, surely, right? Like you need to give me like an argument that indicates that God exists. that could be philosophical in nature. It could be like purely logical, having nothing to do with empirical reality. It could be like a completely like a priori, like ontological argument.
If I had a drinking problem and my friend came to me and said, "Hey, you have a drinking
problem," I mean, there's little about pull out. There's just one thing. Yeah, I know it's Nate. Hey, Nate. Right. Yeah, there's just one thing to pull out there is, you know, the I don't need empirical evidence is interesting because when it suits him, he does fall back on saying, yeah, empirical evidence. But it's good that he, you know, admits, you know, philosophical argument. Now, notice one thing. He said that indicates God. Right, and indicates towards its plausibility or possibility is a much weaker requirement than being absolutely proved, such that there is no room for any kind of generation of any kind of skepticism. Right, but what he does is conflates the two, and you'll see this happen later on. I don't know if it's in this stream or the other one. So this is something to watch out for. You know, to say, well, that's not proof, because it's not absolute, because there is some wiggle room left. Whereas when he's presenting what he's saying, no, just give me anything that, you know, I'll take anything that vaguely even points in that direction. It's very, very manipulative, I think, or disingenuous at the very least.
All right, I do have Jabber in the back. So, by the way, Nate, welcome on the stage again. Welcome back.
Hi, guys. You can bring up your guest if you want to.
Your sound is really low. I'm actually just confirming. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, it's still low.
A little better.
It's weird. Nothing's changed.
Well, that seems okay.
Yeah, I don't think anything's changed. Maybe I just usually sit closer to the microphone.
Usually leaning in. So I guess because I really want to make a bit of progress through this guy's video. The intention was to do this for a couple of hours or so, but we're talking to Duck. But I think, yeah, where we stop it and talk about it. If you think any of my criticisms are unfair or whatever, you know, feel free to say, you know, you want to say something too on it.
Yeah, it just seems like it's difficult. I do understand what you're trying to say. His criteria for belief seems to have some wiggle room, and it appears to change. You know, from sometimes being empirical to sometimes philosophical. Although he says he doesn't need empirical. Sometimes when you give philosophical, it lands up being, well, empirical evidence would be better, you know, or
counter philosophical with you know, an empirical thing. Well, you know, okay, but there's a whole different, you know, train of epistemology to go in there. I think it was more the thing I was particularly highlighting was the way he said, "Give me an argument that indicates," right? Indicates as a god, whereas the reality is, if there is any minutia where he can conjure any kind of skepticism, then it counts as not an argument at all. It's black and white. It's all or nothing, right? And that's just not. I don't know if it's a matter of philosophical maturity to understand. You know, if you're talking to someone like Graham Uppy, he understands that you know, there are you know, it ultimately you put to your arguments together or your position together, and then people are more or less convinced by it, and you know, that's a function of their current position and perspective. Whereas this guy seems to you know, treat it as being like, you know, philosophical arguments are objective and they're either true or they're not, but at the same time, you know, expressing it as something where there is a pathway, like, you know, indicate towards, there's something where you can say, okay, there's plausibility. There seems to be no room for plausibility applied to theists, but for him, he can say, well, this is plausible, that's plausible, and therefore you're wrong. Like, as long as there's something. But this is baked into certain kind of modes of skepticism that are applied.
Yeah, I did catch the dodge on the caller's question. I think he was referring to some form of sophistry. You know, you can't even, you know, you have to kind of defend the hard problem or, you know, give your opinion. But again, you know, to be fair, sometimes some people do want to keep things on track, because I've noticed every time somebody, you know, asks me that question, it goes onto this whole other topic that you, you know, and yeah, it just never ends.
Well,
very well.
I mean, that's right to an extent, but that's actually kind of telling, because he's the dictator of that track, right? It's like and fair enough, it's his stream, but it's
his
like
stream. The same as you guys control certain, you know, direction of certain things as well.
Right.
I mean, we allowed you to bring up everything, mate. You should be the last person.
But we typically do allow people to pivot and so on, and we would say typically like I would prefer we go back to this or that, or can we, and try and get some consensual, you know, direction of the dialogue. But his doesn't seem to be very consensual. It's like, and the thing is that it's not recognized as such. Like if you take Mac Dillahunty, for example, he's very clear. He's like, this is my stream, I direct where things go, you know, what counts as valid direction for the conversation, whatever. And he wears it on his sleeve. I think that's just at least more honest than what this guy's saying. So bear in mind, like the reason we're bringing up this Ian guy, it wasn't so much that he has an excellent set of arguments or clear arguments for atheism that we're deconstructing. It was more the polemical and you know, rhetorical and sort of, you know, dialectic techniques that he's using that we were trying to bring out, because a lot of people start using these. So, you know, you and I, we have, like, you know, quite a reasonable kind of dialogue, you know, mechanics, if you like. But I think there's a lot of the conversations online become really dysfunctional, and I think this is a really good example of a way to you know, dysfunctional communication. That's why we were going through it.
I agree, because like some of the terms that he's bringing up, I don't even know what he's talking about. You know, he's like, okay, well, X, Y, and Z is, you know, this is the case, and this is the case, and this is the case. Well, you haven't even established that case. You're just saying that it's, you know, that is the case. But like, I don't even know what he's talking about half the time. It's not really. Maybe his stream is not really directed at the layman. But I think that there's a huge divide in like debate and formal discussions of these kind of topics and layman kind of, you know, understanding. And
this is the funny thing, is I actually really wanted to get onto the one where he lays out his argument for the impossibility of the omniscient being, because that was somewhere where he very clearly and confidently lays out what he thinks is a very highbrow philosophical logical argument that's watertight. And it fundamentally relies on just completely misunderstanding and conjuring, you know, falsities, but claiming that this is the fact regarding logic or reason or how you know, this sort of things work. And I think it was in the same stream or a later one that Faisal sent me. He said, you know, if A is the case, then A is necessarily true, which was conflating, for example, where if A is a theorem in the logic, then A is necessarily true. It's very different from if A is a true proposition, because he basically took away the whole architecture of possible worlds, and you know, he would have scored an F in a philosophical logic, you know, exam with what he was saying, but he was positioning himself and using all these fancy words as if he was like, you know, doctorate in this or whatever. That's the tricky thing. So it sort of bridges this thing between it's what's a good word for it?
And that guy also didn't catch on. The person who was having that discussion with him, or actually the argument with him, he didn't catch on either that he was doing this. Maybe when he would have gone back and taken a look at it, he would have realized that this is what was happening. But at that point in time, in that particular position, that he was pretty much blindsided by this sort of.
He will, and that's what this guy's really good at. So I actually, you know, thought quite hard about whether or not I'm going to dial into his show, because you know, there's a lot of stuff where I'd be able to wipe the floor with him, but that's only if we're allowed to have a dialogue that's allowed to proceed on, you know, the basis. Because I think that as soon as he gets cornered somewhere, he's so practiced in these various manipulative tactics that he would end up blindsiding me, and I'd end up, all over the place and being very disrespectful. And I don't want to be disrespectful, and I don't want to engage in toxic dialogue mechanics. So I decided to refrain. I thought it'd be better to respond. And at some point, it's why I wanted to run through a section of it so that it's easy to clip. And
I didn't want to interrupt you guys.
Yeah, no.
I didn't find an opportunity when like you were talking about something else, then something else, and I was like, okay, well, let me just come on and I'll sit and listen to you. You can carry on.
No, if you have something on mind, just let us know.
There were
maybe
two things.
It's more interesting. Sure, because Brother Islam also has like I know he wants to get his rest as well, so we may prioritize what the discussion is with you rather than go ahead with this.
No problem.
Sure.
So the first one, it doesn't have to be a long discussion. It just was more an observation from me. So two passages in the Quran, Surah 482 and 1037. So 482, this is to do with
482 and 10, what was the other one?
482 and 1037.
37.
So, so 482, I mean, let me just actually rather bring up the normal.
I've got it on the screen. So this is...
Yeah, okay, let's read it from there. Then, do they not then reflect on the Quran? Had it been any other than Allah, they would have certainly found it in it many inconsistencies. So you were mentioning earlier, the Quran claiming to be, what other book claims to be from God? The thing is that there's no direct claim in the Quran to be from God. Every time there is a claim, it's always been a third party in the Quran making the claim. You understand what I'm saying?
This is a direct claim. This is a direct claim.
Do they not reflect on the Quran? Had it been from anyone other than Allah? It's not. Had it been any other than from me, Allah. This is speaking in a third person.
So let me actually bring up a few other verses if you want to.
Yeah, let's take 32:2. So 32:2 is one of the very clear ones because it says the revelation of the book, there is no doubt in it, is from the Lord of the worlds. So that's doesn't have this third party reference that you
is from the Lord of the worlds.
Yeah.
So why is it not? Is it is from me, the Lord of the worlds. This is still
hang on a minute. Let's pull back a little bit because remember what we said before about translations not perfectly representing what's built into the Arabic. So there's several sort of things to unpack that's quite interesting here. I mean, for one is Rabbil Alameen is this there is only one of them, right? And so it's very clear if you think about what it's written in the Quran, then the revelation of this book is from the one who's the Lord of the worlds. It's unambiguous. There is no other.
Do you mind just showing the whole chapter, not just this verse? Because in context, you can see this is a person speaking about the Quran. Okay, so you open up the panel on the left there, expand the whole thing, and then you just click on 32. So if you go, so I am on 32. Or you've expanded all of the translations. So Aleph, whatever that is, and then, but if you go to the third verse, or do they say? So then go to the third verse. This is the verse immediately after that. Or do they say he has fabricated it? Okay, so it's a person speaking about the Quran. He has fabricated it, like Allah. This is a third part. This is speaking. No. So I don't understand this translations.
Okay. Who do you think this he is referring to? Right. Who do you think the he here? Who do you think that is representing?
Okay, maybe Muhammad. Okay, maybe I
Yes,
misspoke.
they're basically saying yes. So Nate, here's the thing. This verse, the way you would understand it, is that
even the next
author
one,
is saying.
Yeah.
Let's read through it. Let's read through it. Okay, and let's try and address this confusion. Right. So let's go.
Because no, I mean, if you just carry on, okay. So he has fabricated. Maybe that's Muhammad. Then it says, "It is the truth from your Lord in order for you to warn a people to whom no warner has come before you, so they may be rightly guided."
Yeah, I think I see the pattern, and I think I've got a way to address this now.
And then the fourth one says, "It is Allah."
One sec, mate. Can I? Yeah, so I think this is the thing. I think there's going to be a pattern to these. So why doesn't it say? Hang on, let me just very quickly do this.
For the audiences as well, I do want to go over it for the audiences, because I think maybe you have read through it, or Nate has read through it, but it might be useful to go through it for the audiences, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll do this afterwards. I just need to make this point, and then I think it'll be easier to go through it. Now, imagine, so it typically says revelation from the Lord of the worlds, from the most compassionate, the most merciful. It uses the various names of Allah, right? Now think about this for a second. Muhammad is the one from whom mouth these words are emanating, and you asked, why doesn't it say it's from me? And imagine what would have happened in terms of confusion had Muhammad said, this is a book from me. Right? So what you are asking for in terms of definite identification, the best that can be done without inducing the same kind of ambiguity and issues that beset understanding Jesus would be to use the specific names of Allah. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But you know what?
Okay.
You've literally just proven my point, though. The point is that it's a third party speaking these words.
Oh yeah,
it cannot be directly like did the Quran fall from the sky and like hit Muhammad's table, and like then he was like, oh okay, wow, this is the Quran from
no, it was a
we don't believe that. Okay,
yeah.
So in every one of these places, it's going to be a third party speaking these words, making the claim that this book comes from Allah.
Yes, but this is not in dispute. I just think.
So I think it's wrong to say that the book claim that.
Careful. Let me just explain stuff. I think you're not yet in a position to say it's wrong to claim such and such. We need to be careful what the claim is, right? The claim is that the Quran is authored by Allah, right? But also that it is revealed or spoken through Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's mouth. So Allah.
What does it mean to be authored? What exactly do you mean by authored?
Decided on all the contents.
The content isn't coming from the Prophet.
Yeah.
Because like an author usually sits down and writes a book. I mean, it's basically like that God used or Allah used a ghost writer to write. It's basically like what it's like.
Yeah, so like, this is where I think there's a clear misunderstanding, because it's not this. I think if you're in the mentality that these things are all written by humans, I can see how what you're saying makes more sense, right? But if you're in the Islamic framework, then God decides every single word, the order, the structure, every inflection, everything that's going in it, and then provides it to Muhammad to speak. Interestingly, what you said about an author sits down and writes it, the Quran is actually the spoken words. The written text is called a mushaf. It's not even the Quran. So it's not that the written content is actually the Quran, if that makes sense. It's the recited words themselves. So if you think about it in that context, unfortunately, it means Allah would be the author, as in the one who decided on the contents, and also on the purpose and the means of delivering this book. So it's not using a ghostwriter, right? He's writing it himself, but that doesn't mean that he's writing from first person. He's writing something that is suitable to put in a prophet's mouth.
So if I say, Nate, democracy is by the people, for the people, of the people. I don't know if I got the sequence right, but if I say that, would you say that I am the author of these words?
Sorry, just say that again. Something about democracy.
Democracy is by the people, for the people, of the people.
Yeah.
I know I may not have had this. I don't know if you've heard this or not before.
Yes, I've heard it before. Yeah.
So who's the author of this? Who's the one this statement is coming from?
Whoever's saying it. What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean.
I don't think you probably remember this, but this is, I think it's ascribed to Abraham Lincoln, if I remember correctly. Or maybe it's somebody else. Everybody likes to ascribe it to Abraham Lincoln, everything that ever happened in American history. But yeah, let's say he was.
I think it comes from Voltaire or Rousseau, actually. Let me look it up.
Maybe.
Go on.
So,
I've heard the phrase. I don't know who authored it.
Yeah.
I didn't actually know that it was. I mean, it's obviously attributed to somebody, but I don't know who it is.
Whoever it is. Let's say Abraham Lincoln was the one, or maybe whoever Brother Sam said.
Sure.
Are those my words, or are those words from him that I'm using? Right. That's the important distinction we're making. So even if I repeat something, let's say President Barack Obama said, or the current U.S. president said, all right, or the leader of Iran says, right, or anyone says, when I speak them, are those my words, or the words actually reflect what somebody else has said?
Sure, you can. I understand. You can attribute the words that you're speaking to somebody else. So basically, Muhammad is writing these things, or it's spoken word being attributed to Allah. Okay.
Okay.
Look, I get. Look, the thing is, I don't actually want to go on this for very long, because I do understand, the attribution and stuff. But I think that, for me, when you guys are saying like no other book is claiming directly to be the word of God, the problem is that many other books via a third party are making the same book, the same claim.
This is the thing. I don't feel it is properly understood because you think that's true, because there are not many other books that claim that their entire content is verbatim authored by God. Joseph Smith, I think, the Mormon tradition is a notable exception to that, I think, although I may just be not too clear on Mormonism, because at least his was supposed to be tablets from angels. But most, including the Bible, are not directly authored by God, right?
So Joseph Smith in 2 Nephi 33:10 said, "Hearken unto the words of Christ and deny them not, for these are the words of Christ." So he does make that type of claim. As a third party.
Yes, that's what I said. So he's an example. I think there's not many of them, but it is very different, because again, he's saying this is a book from the Lord of all the worlds. But bear in mind, so this isn't saying a bunch of stuff and then separate from the book content saying that stuff's from God. This is specifically within the text. It specifically says this book and all its contents is from God. So it's affirming itself rather than being a claim made extraneously to the book. So that there is that subtlety.
Okay, I'll just give you another example. In Sikhism, Ang 763, the word of the Shabad, and I'm sorry if I butcher any of these words, Shabad is the Guru's Banis. It is revealed to the Guru by God. Yeah. It's the same kind of concept. It's revealed to the Guru by God. It's revealed to Allah by... it's revealed to Muhammad by Allah.
And again, like you have the magisterium in Catholicism, right? It's supposed to be that the Pope is somehow divinely guided when he's operating in his magisterium, so that what he says is in some sense divinely inspired or from God. But I would still argue that those things are different from the entire book being authored and delivered in the way this is. I'm not familiar enough with Sikhism to see if that's quite true of the Sikh books. However, I'm not arguing or saying that this is completely unique. I was talking in reference to what Duck says, where I could say the same about hundreds of books. I don't think that's the same. I think there's like a handful of books that you can point at that make a similar enough claim.
I would say a handful.
And I would say, and actually, that's really what I was saying there. And the other thing is, I would say that the way it's done and the cohesiveness of it in the Quran is really fundamentally different, because it for a load of reasons, I think,
because of this claim. Because of this claim itself.
Yeah, but I mean,
hang on. So, but for a bunch of reasons, I would need to go into in a lot of detail, which is specifically the stuff that you pulled up where it said, had this been from anyone else, it would have contained a lot of contradictions and so on and so forth, because it doesn't just make a claim, it also sets forth verifiability criteria and bases for that claim, rather than just making the claim. And so if you take all of those things together, I think it becomes more unique.
Okay, cool. Well, this is
I don't think the Sikhism and so on has a verifiability.
Do you understand
just one other thing very briefly before we go off topic from it, because I thought this was brilliant. I just looked up where government of the people, by the people, for the people comes from. Indeed, Abraham Lincoln in the Gettysburg Address. Where it comes from, John Wycliffe, 1384, in his prologue for the English Bible translation, the Bible is for the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Isn't that amazing? It actually comes from the Bible. I did not know that. So... Yeah. Wow. Anyway, go on.
I didn't know that either.
That is surprising. That is surprising. Okay. But here's the thing.
You wanted to say something? Yeah.
Yes. And Nate, this is why I feel that 482 especially, right? The way it puts it is very interesting, right? If, like, to speak of it mildly, right? It's actually giving you a way to falsify the Quran itself. It's telling you, go ahead. If you think this book is not from God, it is the words of Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? This is how you can disprove this book. And this is not the only test in the Quran. There's actually another test that has been mentioned. There are other tests that have been mentioned, right? The inimitability test. Yes, right. Then obviously this test is that there is no contradiction. So it's a falsification test. If there is another book, this is the test you can apply and see, does that hold true for that other book? Does the book that you say Sikhism has the same concept? Fine, go ahead, apply this test. Tell us if it is internally consistent, right? And then if you find it internally consistent, then we can have a conversation if it is it can be of divine origin. Because this is not saying that if you apply this test and you didn't find any contradiction, that it has to be divine only. It's basically saying if you do find a contradiction, right, that means it disqualifies those as being considered of divine origin. That's the disqualification test, basically. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. And in summary, look, the other ones tend to operate on a trust me bro basis, whereas Quran doesn't, right? That's quite an interesting distinction.
Yeah. Look, okay, so my point wasn't to go on too many other diverging topics. My point was simply that it's a very nuanced position, or it's a very nuanced thing to say that the Quran itself is claiming authorship from Allah. I mean, even in these things, it's still the third party claiming. That was just that, and I understand that every time
the third party is making the claim on Allah's behalf. Yeah, that's and I agree. There are nuances to understand it.
So
right,
it's better to say, that Muhammad claims that the Quran is authored by Allah. Because,
right.
but I mean, that's just That would be the more correct way to put it.
I think I don't think it's incorrect to say it like that. I think that's valid to say, but I think it's too constrained, too restrictive, because it doesn't have to, like, if you pick up the book on its own without the context of Muhammad Sallallahu having read it, you still get from the book that it is especially when you read in Arabic, that the claimed authorship is Allah. So it's not only by knowing that Muhammad claimed it that you can tell it's supposed to be from Allah. It specifically says it in inside the book. And there were other examples you gave where it says it inside the book as well. So I mean, it's valid, but I do think, you know, these I wouldn't say it's more correct. I would say it's there's less wiggle room for argument if someone says Muhammad claims that Allah authored this book. I don't think anyone can dispute that. I think if I say that the Quran claims that it's authored by Allah, I still think that's true. I just think there's more wiggle room, but in that wiggle room, people understand better the position.
Here's the thing. I was gonna sure, Rafi. I was gonna point out that the nuance here is the author of the Quran claims to be Allah. Number one, the author of the Quran claims that this is not authored by anyone other than the Lord of the worlds, other than Allah.
So Muhammad was the ghostwriter, basically, or the middleman.
When you say the ghostwriter, he's the messenger. That's not what a messenger does. Okay. So what's a messenger supposed to do? When a messenger, when a king receives a message sealed and enclosed, right, in a scroll, and the messenger opens it for him and reads it out to him, okay, is the message from the messenger who's reading those words, or is it from the other king who's actually sent it?
Sure, but 9 times out of 10, the other king actually physically authored it. You know,
he may have asked for somebody.
I understand.
He asked somebody to come in, write it down, and he put a seal with his ring.
Okay.
Right.
Sure.
So I would say you're being overly technical.
Yes.
In this particular case.
I agree. Okay,
right.
It's not a problem.
The idea is really, is the authorship, is the prophet at any point in time in his life claiming that this has been authored by him? Has he ever been recorded as having said that? Ever? I'll make it short. It's never the case.
So. Yeah, sure.
Yes, exactly.
I can accept that.
He's never claimed that. Number two, you know that we have the speech of the Prophet, peace be upon him, himself, and that is not the same as the Quran, right? His spoken words are there for us to analyze. All of these ahadiths where he's speaking, they're there. They've been written. There's tons and tons of literature available on how the Prophet used to speak. He was very eloquent. Without doubt, he's extremely effective in his speech, but the Quran is fundamentally different from what.
Yeah, it's a different linguistic style. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So
right.
I don't
just one other thing. I don't know if
my other point is much more important.
Brother Sam,
let's let
he brought up the other one.
Go on this one forever.
No, I know, but I'll keep it short because he brought it up. I'll just keep it very short, right? You're bringing up 1037, right? It is not possible for this Quran to have been produced by anyone other than Allah. In fact, it is a confirmation of what came before and an explanation of the scripture. It is without a doubt from the Lord of the worlds. Now, interestingly enough, because we've been looking into this, and I've been looking into this, the Quran in multiple places, Nate, it diverges from the biblical accounts of the prophets, right? It tells you the story from a completely different perspective at times. At times it contradicts and corrects what has been written in the Bible, right? The idea of the 6 days of creation and the 7th day of resting, right? Okay, it's been, it's actually repeated. The idea of 6 days of creation is repeated in the Quran, but the 7th day of rest, it's specifically contradicted by saying he did not he did not need rest.
Why would a God, an all-powerful, almighty God, need a day of rest?
Exactly.
Right? Okay. I get that.
But it speaks to the internal consistency of Islam.
But remember,
but also
Nate,
this consistency isn't non-trivial, right? Because people didn't spot that before in all these other church fathers and so on.
Yeah, it's only today that we find these here. But remember this, Nate. This is a language that was not the main language of the Prophet peace be upon him. Number one. Number two, this information, these type of details, and the fact that it's actually saying specifically this particular, it's written specifically in this particular way. It was not known by the Prophet peace be upon him. Even some of the scholars don't know exactly how it has been written down. And if this was happening just once, then it would be a thing to say, oh, he got it right once. But he's getting it. He's making these distinctions in so many places. The author of the Quran, he's making these distinctions in so many places that it's impossible for a human being in the middle of Arabia, where the Bible was never the primary source of law, right? And the Bible was never written down in Arabic. It was the Muslims who actually got the Bible written down in Arabic, right? Where he was not even able to read or write, from the history that we understand, right? That he was able to make these corrections, and these corrections are so fundamentally different and contradictory to what is in the Bible.
Yeah, but the thing is, he came into contact with many Christians. He didn't necessarily have to read the Bible. He came into contact with many Christians. I mean, even his first wife's cousin was a Christian who, the guy who said, no, your vision was from
he knew him from
Gabriel.
He knew him from like 1 week or 2 weeks before that person passed away.
But
do you think he actually got all that knowledge from him?
Even if you
came
imagine
into contact with many Christians.
Yeah, no, he did, but when that's not the, nobody's denying that. It's that, he wasn't, let's say, a scholar who, wrote books and studied with a bunch of other scholars for an extended period of time or anything like that, right?
Yeah.
And so the nature of the exceptional observation, if you like, was that even people who dedicated their lives to scholarship and so on and tried to write some way to understand the biblical narrative in relation to the oneness of God and make it make sense and make it consistent, right? Even as a group and studying for a long time, writing and working together, still didn't manage to come up with a consistent view. Yep, Muhammad, Islam, came out with a consistent view right on the bat. That's exceptional. That's amazing. So we're not saying that there is no way he could have got any idea about the Christian worldview other than through revelation. That's not what we're saying. But if he had only sort of got it by knowing a few people and hearing things here and there, and tried from that basis to issue a view that reconciles everything, it would be even more miraculous that it's not just full of holes and doesn't make sense. Right? It'd be like a layman in physics just saying, like, I know what all this physics is about, and just writing out something that when everyone follows through on it and expects it in detail, it's just like, oh my God, all these equations work and they all match up with reality. This is, it would be.
And just with the amount of corrections he does that are done in the Quran with respect to the Bible, right? You would actually come to the conclusion from a naturalistic perspective that the Prophet, peace be upon him, was the most learned individual throughout history on the text of the Old and New Testament. You'd actually come to that conclusion. And that is impossible. He's living in the middle of a desert. His tribe is isolated from all of the influences of these religions. And you're
careful with the words, because it wasn't entirely isolated like a closed separated system.
It was primarily polytheism that they had he was raised among the polytheistic society. Makkah was the center of polytheistic Arabia, not the center of Jewish or Christian Arabia.
Yeah, he wasn't raised in the center of Constantinople next to the major scholars, And
but there are some scholars.
Scholars or
Middle Eastern, okay, Western academics who say that that Arabia was ripe and like already transitioning to a more monotheistic tradition. Okay,
Yeah,
it was becoming less and less polytheistic.
But where in Arabia, right?
Yeah, if you broad brush over the whole of Arabia, I would say that's not necessarily unfair.
I mean, like Mecca and Messina.
No.
I think that's I think you'd struggle.
That's a stretch.
I would like to see their arguments. I'd be interested if you sort of say the people who say
there are revisionist academics out there, right, who want to paint a completely new picture of what history is, right? However, what we have from all forms of work that has been done and all the history that has been preserved, it is very clear that Makkah, where the Prophet peace be upon him grew up, his tribe, they were polytheists, and they weren't just polytheists. They were kings of the king tribe of polytheistic Arabia, because
they were like the main polytheists.
I'm not saying that monotheism was dominant. Okay, let me be very clear. I'm not saying it was dominant. Polytheistic was dominant. Okay, but it's very clear that there was a shift towards monotheism even before Islam came, with the influence of Jewish and Christian traders that he would have come into contact with, because he married his first wife at 25. By 40, he's starting his visions. During that time, 15 to 20 years, he's traveling the trade routes. He's coming into contact with these people all the time. It's not like he's creating, to me, to be fair, okay, I'll try and be respectful, but from my perspective, he's creating this religion not in a vacuum. Okay, he's creating his philosophy, his ideas. He's thinking about these things, and I understand he goes to caves and he's meditating and he's praying, and that's where he has his first visions, right? So I understand he's a pious person. He is thinking about these things. He's meditating, not like guru meditating, but he's meditating on these concepts.
Yeah. Well, so I used to have exactly this position, and this is interesting, right? But again, like, I wouldn't say it's fair to say that he was constantly exposed to these people and so on. Like, you don't spend your whole time on a trade route sat next to Christians and Jewish scholars and so on. Right? But he hang on. Let me just respond in a similar length of time.
Yeah.
So yes, he would have seen some of these ideas and so on, no disputing that. To go back to what you said about, it's clear that Arabia was moving more towards monotheism, I would say you have to be really careful that you pick certain places were maybe heading more towards it, certain places weren't. It was very sort of place dependent, and this again comes from the influence of Christianity and so on, which was starting to have some kind of impact. However, for me, this is kind of what I'm going back and to what I said before, is that it would be even more miraculous and extraordinary for Muhammad to have put this together essentially as being a layman. So he heard some stuff about the Abrahamic stories and then just sat and came up with a pretty comprehensive, alternative view that makes more sense than what the actual scholars working together full time with all the resources managed to put together. Like, that in itself becomes then an extraordinary thing requiring an explanation. It's not at all.
Sorry, just repeat that. Just repeat that again quickly, Islam.
So if you imagine that he had some exposure to these ideas and then sort of sat and made his own sort of comprehensive view or perspective on what the Abrahamic faith should be, right? That is, to me, even more extraordinary than it coming from Allah, because you think, well, hang on a minute, if we're going on a naturalistic basis, how could he possibly have come up with something that's more cogent and consistent, connecting with all the different sort of minutiae and disparate facts?
So fallacy of incredulity.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not using this as
you're falling into the trap of the fallacy of incredulity right now.
I would be if I was
he?
saying no. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not saying how could he actually. I'm saying how does it make more sense? So I'm using a comparative. I'm not saying on the basis of incredulity. I'm not saying because I can't see it happening any other way, it must have happened this way. What I'm saying is, along the lines of extraordinary, something's extraordinary requires extraordinary explanation. I'm saying that it would be extraordinary for this guy on his own to be better, to best all the other scholars who were trying to work on, church fathers and so on, and all the top scholars who were trying to work on their synthesis of the Abrahamic teachings. That's what I was trying to say.
So here's the thing. I have a different view about how Islam, the origins of Islam, is from you. I do not actually believe that Muhammad was the sole source of everything in the Quran and the stuff that was written down there, the laws, and essentially creating Islam. I believe that it was created. I'm using the word created, but it was an evolution of ideas from Muhammad. Okay, yes, he began and he laid down the foundations, but those foundations were expanded on over. I mean, you're saying that he has revelations for 23 years. Okay, so I mean, and that's only from when he's 40 years old. Okay, until he's like he died at like 63. Okay, peace be upon him. But yeah, so 23 years he's making this. But then the thing is that these ideas, these concepts are built. Okay, so this is just me, and I'm pretty sure I can.
Yeah, you're being respectful, so don't worry. Please don't.
Okay.
Don't worry.
So
just go ahead.
Yeah. So then Abu Bakr continues this. The other guy, it's not Uthman. Uthman is number 3. It's Umar. Umar comes. He builds on it. Uthman, Ali, and all of them. So to me, as
hang on, careful. Build on what?
It's a progression. Builds on the concept. Builds on the ideas. And the problem is, Muhammad never signed off on the Quran. He didn't say, yeah, this is 100% what Allah revealed to me, because the Quran never existed. Okay.
Well, hang on a minute. No,
I understand. It's a spoken thing, and you guys believe that it was recited.
I've got to take a step back. There's just too many things there's just too many things to address. I mean, we do believe that Muhammad did sign off specifically on the specific order of things that were compiled, that he went through it with an angel beforehand. So that's something we'll get back to. I just wanted to, before we go too far, this thing about it being built on by the subsequent caliphs, you can say that regarding how to understand, interpret, and apply Islam to a degree, but remember, we've sort of shifted the goalpost from where I was talking about specifically putting together a view of the Abrahamic faith, right? What is affirmed, what is denied, how is stuff make sense, what is the story or the explanation as to why we have, what's observed regarding Christianity and Judaism and so on and so forth. What happened regarding the Pharisees changing the text and so on and so forth. All of this stuff. None of that was added to later. That was all specifically and only by Muhammad during Muhammad's time. And we can see that pretty clearly. I think if you were to make,
I don't think you can. I don't think you can.
So that's interesting. If you want to try and make the claim that those understandings in that domain were added to later by Abu Bakr and Uthman,
I'm not necessarily saying that. What I'm saying is that you have no original Quran. Okay, you have no original documents. You don't even have one of the 7 Qurans that was authored by Uthman, that was sent out to the 7 tribes. The earliest Qurans you have are, basically hundreds of years. You have palimpsests, okay? You have passages. You don't have any kind of complete Quran for at least, I think, 150 or 200 years.
Why would
anywhere
that be
near a
useful?
complete Quran.
Why would that be useful or better than what we do have instead?
Because oral translation, as much as you guys want to believe that it is accurate, it is not.
Well, hang on. This is very, very interesting to dive into, because in general, I would sort of agree with you, but, and here's the big but. Remember, this is something that's recited in poetry, and that many different independent groups are reciting it and going away and coming together and so on. So if you were to take a naturalistic approach, then you would expect to see a proliferation of divergences.
And that's exactly what happened. Hang on. Let's stop right there. You will see a proliferation of different ideas. What happened when Uthman created his seven Qurans? He burnt every other non-conforming Quran.
Hang on.
Did he not?
Hang on. Careful what you're saying. These 7 different Qurans are not different Qurans. They're 7 Qirat, right? Which is ways of reciting.
Recitations. But what did he do with every other non-conforming one that he didn't author or that he wasn't responsible for? He burnt them.
Hang on. Right. So yes, but when you say non-conforming, the things that were taken about, there's where people have added their own notes and stuff in the margins and so on, and
But how do you know? Because they've been burnt. They lost. You've
got to let me get something out. Otherwise, you're not going to know where I'm going to respond to.
Sure.
Right. So it's supposed to be, as far as we understand, as far as makes sense to us, that these things, are where people have made mistakes, essentially, or they've added their own separate stuff and so on and so forth. They were checked against the canonical version, which itself has a very good history of being checked. Now, the point I made about proliferation of divergent versions of the Quran, right? That affirms, that would apply every bit as much to time periods following all the other ones being burned, because it was still primarily orally transmitted, and it was still kept together by this system of people memorizing, reciting, sharing, and coming together and sharing it during their prayers and reciting over and over during their prayers. So you would still see these divergences, because it didn't operate on the basis of everyone having a book. It didn't operate like in the churches in Christianity, where you have the book scripture, the mushaf, as being the authority that you go to. That's not the way the system operated. And what I mean by this explosion of divergences applies equally well to after Uthman, because you would then expect to see in the hundreds and hundreds of years afterwards in Islam, you would expect to see there being lots more deviations coming before we end up having, let's say, the printing press and everyone being able to unify on the same written version. But so it validates that the specifics of the combination of people memorizing and orally transmitting and sharing those recitations during prayer, that it is a good system that does work to preserve.
Yeah, I don't see it like that.
Okay.
So one point
here's my offer. Right. So there's two things that we can actually have a separate conversation on, right? And you can come up anytime for this. I can bring on Brother Saifullah, who's actually done a lot of study into this preservation of the Quran. He can go over what was the methodology used. How are we so sure that what we have today is from the Prophet, right? And this is the traditional account. We can also show you why, where some of the Western academics, where they stand with this particular claim that the Quran was actually composed later on. It was not composed by the Prophet on him or during his time. It was composed later on, right? The evidence that they've gone through, what is the conclusion that they arrive at? And you would actually find, and we'll show you why that is consistent with the traditional approach, and it proves the traditional approach more than any other alternative that is out there, right? So we'll do that. That's one. Number two, the other thing that I can give you is as a sort of expansion on the 1037 that we just looked at, right? Where the Quran is claiming that it is giving the confirmation of what came before and an explanation of the scriptures, right? And the fact that it is from the Prophet, is not from the Prophet peace be upon him, but is coming from the Lord of the worlds. Now, to expand on that, what I will do is I'll go over some of these passages from the biblical scriptures and why they were inconsistent, because these were contradicting other places where the Bible is stating something contradictory, right? And the Quran is actually correcting them, and in some cases it's rewriting the complete narrative, right? It's giving a completely different account of this is what actually happened, not what you've been told. And the people who've been told, it's putting them and telling them that this is not how this is what they have is not the truth. Right?
Yeah, but it's not just those, because I mean, if you only talk about the the things that are some rewritten and some not, I think it's missing the point that it really deeply intertwines with, and it's not just a superficial view of it. So where, for example, the rabbis came to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and asked him tricky questions and stuff like this, he showed extraordinarily deep knowledge. They gave him questions that are basically, testing, no one's gonna be able to answer this unless they're super, super learned. Like, it's the most tricky questions that you come up with. And yet he gives he sees right through the tricks and gives exactly the right answers and so on. So, we're not talking about, a trivial alternative view or rewrite,
Yeah, look, I mean, it might surprise you, but I watched a ton of, not only streams, I've watched a ton of content on both Islamic content, different channels, and then also taking into account Western, scholarly. I mean, that's why I know some of the things that I do. It's not like I'm saying these things in a vacuum. Right.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all, and I recognize where a lot of them come from as well. That they're not,
So, but here's some of my my gripes. One, if the oral recitation is going to be so good, and yes, okay, so you're saying that Uthman burns any other Quran that doesn't conform, okay, because they're
personal copies.
Okay,
he
burns copies or whatever. Okay, so
personal copies.
I mean, so you're taking the word, and sure, we're taking the word of the people who burned them, saying what was in those copies, that it's personal notes and it's handwritten stuff in these notes, okay, or handwritten stuff.
Not just that.
But you don't have those anymore.
Hang on. He had a personal copy. He himself had a personal copy. Ali had a personal copy. Zayd bin Thabit had a personal copy. All of these people, they had personal copies. There was a reason why it's not just Uthman radiyallahu anhu who decided on this. This was a committee. This was a committee of the most closest companions of the Prophet who had been with him throughout his lifetime and seen the revelation. They'd witnessed the revelation. They'd lived the revelation. These were the people who were saying, this is what the Quran is. All right, and they have a very robust criteria for it.
And the idea they're all sort of colluding together on sort of giving the impression that this is what happened. And bear in mind, this is the same Ali who ended up, in a war, in a faction against Aisha, which is the origin of this Sunni Shiite divide, right? And so, it doesn't make sense to say, oh, they're all, it's just a colluding group rather than this individual, but they're all basically working together for the same. Like they're very clearly not it's very clearly not like that. Like, they're doing what they think is right. They're doing things to the best of their understanding. They're not making entirely fictitious or fabricated claims. But remember, I'm not saying that the only things that were burned were ones that had personal notes and things. Just to my understanding, that's the majority of those contents. There could be some where people have written down ayahs incorrectly or something like that. There could be some where people wrote down extra ayahs. There could be some where people wrote down some things from hadith thinking they were ayahs. of the Quran. There could be all sorts of things.
So-
But just to be clear, it's not just taking the word of them, because there is also the preservation mechanism of the oral transmission and so on. Now, if you look at hadith were also orally transmitted. And there, again, there's this mechanism of picking up the fabrications and distinguishing them from non-fabrication and so on. And that, again, taking whichever naturalistic path you want to take, the same kind of variations, even after the burning, that you see in the hadith, right? You would see variants of the Quran in the same way if the mechanism of preservation through recitation and prayer, communal prayer together, wasn't sufficient.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Your second question, can you quickly point that out?
That was the second one, wasn't it?
That was the second.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't the second one.
Wasn't it? Oh,
We went on to a divergent thing.
Okay.
No, my second one is the most serious one. This was actually still part of the first one. But I don't know, do you want to go? Do you want to bring somebody else on? Or
I can't go on too long today because I'm so tired. But I would at least like to hear it, even if we can't fully address it.
Because if it is a question just for Brother Islam, we'll try and address it next time.
No, I think you can have your input as well in this one, Faisal.
Sure.
It's not going to be very
Thank
technical.
you for allowing me.
It's not a
You sit there quietly sometimes, and I'm just like, I know you want to say something, but you're holding back. So that's cool. All right. So the next one is I have my own reason why I disbelieve, and I'm fully open to being convinced. And I think this is kind of like my most rock solid. Now, most people, this has been brought up before. It'll be brought up many times, and many believers will probably think, "Oh, what a stupid thing to bring up, and what a stupid idea." And this is the reason why you wouldn't believe. But to me, this is very serious. Okay, so it's about the splitting of the moon.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a syllogism, a modus ponens, okay, that you can agree with for you guys. Okay, this is the Islamic modus ponens. Okay, that is a syllogism in the positive, making the positive case for the splitting of the moon and tying it to the infallibility of the Quran and also the prophethood, okay? Because the splitting of the moon is one of the miracles presented as an evidence, one of the evidences, okay, for the prophethood, right? Because Prophet Muhammad had to have at least made a miracle, and this is at least one of them. It's one of them presented in the Quran, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
so just to be clear, so because when you said you're going to put forward a modus ponens, I thought you were going to put an argument from your perspective, but then what you described seemed to be an argument from what you see to be the Islamic perspective.
Yes. So this is yours.
So is this...
I'll give you the modus tollens afterwards. All right. Okay, and that's from my perspective. So I've dropped it in the chat here. Okay, P1. Scriptural inaccuracy. This is the personal chat. It's not the public chat. Whatever the Quran asserts as past fact is true. Okay. P2, the textual assertion. The Quran asserts that the moon split in Surah 54:1. Therefore, the moon split. Okay, or therefore the moon did split. All right. So that's a conclusion one. So the Quran says whatever the Quran asserts in the past truly happened. The Quran claims that the moon was split in 54:1. Therefore, it split.
Okay.
All right. P3. Okay. So this is following on from that conclusion. P3. If a miracle occurs at Muhammad's invocation, that man is a true prophet. Bukhari 3:36, Muslim 2802 depict Muhammad as the agent of the splitting of the moon. All right. And the conclusion, the final conclusion, okay, the second conclusion, therefore, Muhammad is a true prophet. Okay.
Okay,
So,
just to clarify, when you said depicts Muhammad as agent, not the normal understanding of being the agent would be a misunderstanding in that Allah is the agent that is able to do the splitting. It's not like in Christianity where well, depending
I understand what you mean. You're saying, Allah allowed or Allah did the splitting, but in any case, if you read Bukhari 3636 and Muslim 2802, it's basically affirming the prophethood, right?
Mm-hmm. Right. So this is what I guess the nuance I wanted. The affirmation of the prophethood, if you like, was because he had asked for a miracle, essentially.
Yeah.
The only reason I wanted to pick up on that word agent, because it's in Christianity with Jesus, for example, then God gave him the ability to, he gave him permission and ability to perform some miracles himself, but we think that God gave Muhammad the ability to split the moon. Entirely God did it, right? So God's the agent.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Okay,
but cool. I think you can change that if you want, but it was just basically from your position. I didn't
know if that was nitpicking or relevant, but I thought I felt need to clarify it.
So in the chat, I've put in my modus tollens. Okay, that is my negation of these things. Okay, so P1. If Muhammad were a true prophet, every historical statement in the Quran would be correct. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
P2. You can just copy that from the private chat. Yeah. P2. The Quran presents the splitting of the moon as a historical event. 54:1. Okay. Supported by multiple Sahih hadiths. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
P3. Modern astronomy and historiography, give no credible evidence that the moon ever physically separated and refused.
Mm-hmm.
Such an event would leave unmistakable geological and global historical traces.
Sorry, is that all 1P? Is that all in P3?
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's one. That's P3.
Okay.
That's P3. Therefore, Muhammad is not a true prophet. Okay, it's been cut off there. Let me just copy that. See in my conclusion again.
Yeah.
Therefore, Muhammad is not a true prophet, and Islam, whose truth claims rests on his prophethood, is false. Now, before you go on about this, I have literally for 2 months been looking at this stuff. The riles on the moon, they're not evidence of any split. Okay, there would be physical, geographical, geological, seismological, oceanographic evidence. Okay, there is one claim of.
I'm not
going to go into that right now.
Let him run through them.
Every single one. I've got a file on this. You cannot even believe. I've got every single thing. I brought up the gravitational waves that you have. I mean,
that's interesting.
I could go on forever. Okay.
Yeah.
So
I would be interested in the refutation that there could have been gravitational waves.
Yeah, it's very simple. The gravitational waves could only form, or even a very large one that's very close to us would only make a small illusion, basically, but it wouldn't account for an actual physical splitting. Now, you could counterclaim. Okay. So you want to say something about the gravitational waves quickly?
So this is interesting. We know, for example, there's possibility of these things called soliton solutions, which basically look like a discontinuity. But the actual calculation of this stuff is incredibly hard. Most of it is beyond us. So I'm not making the claim that I know that this and that such gravitational wave could exist in this place and cause this thing. I'm just saying, for me, that still seems like a plausible explanation, and not that the waves actually physically split the moon, but caused it to appear to the people on the Earth that the moon was split. And this is where I wanted to pick up on the nuance of the miracle. My understanding is it's never explicitly claimed that the moon was literally torn asunder.
I think in one of the hadith, it literally says one piece rested on this mountain and another piece moved to another mountain.
Again, even in this case, I think I don't think there's sufficient basis to say that it means that that the actual material was torn asunder. I don't think we can take that from any of the sources I know. Bear in mind, I've looked at this one in a lot of detail as well, and I also have the physics background, So
there's plenty of counter arguments that you can say. You can say, well, it was a local phenomenon. You can say God stopped time, except for the people that were going to see this event, and only a few people saw the event. But then, what's the point? Because the whole point is to demonstrate that this is a prophet. You want this to be able to be demonstrable in the future, okay? Because a person sitting 1,400 years, well, this is your claim. But the problem is, me, 1,400 years later, I'm looking at this book. It makes a claim that the moon split. Now, on face value, on a face, a standard face reading of the text, and this is supported by your imams or whoever saying, yes, the moon physically split. Okay, multiple imams say it physically split, and then the other thing, counter argument is, well, it's a future event. Maybe it's something that's going to happen, because I think some word could also be interpreted. However, the problem is you got hadith that are literally saying it split.
Yeah, it's a historical
and people saw it
in the past. Yeah, and people saw it. I agree. I don't
there
see anyone saying from the future.
Brother Islam, there are some interpretations where it is argued that it is a future event as well, but that's not the point. At the end of the day, the main thing, Nate, which I want to point out here, is that this is a supernatural event. The audiences was not you, me, Brother Islam, or anyone existing today. It was not meant to be a miracle for you, me, or anyone else. So to expect to find some sort of a proof that this happened today, other than historical documentation that this happened, or any denial of this happening, right, would actually be a futile attempt, because it's.
I don't think it is.
No.
I don't think that it is.
Before you go, I've been holding back for a while. All right, so here's an important thing to remember. All right, so first of all, the audience, right? The audience was a local group, definitely, right? Did other people attest to this splitting of the moon? We have some accounts from India. Right, you can look at what Sheikh Uthman talks about, right? And I actually don't go there, because for me, I don't necessarily go into that. The main thing is, when we're talking about an all-powerful creator, he can actually split the moon and put it back together in exactly the same way, shape, and form as it was, without any fault lines or anything else that you would have to think about. It's within his capability. He created the universe. This is not a big deal for him, right? This is where this is coming from. Now, even for the Prophet, peace be upon him, when people asked him, "What is your miracle?" Right? All the other prophets had their miracles. What is your miracle? Right? He didn't point to, "I split the moon. Weren't you there?" He never said that. He said, "My miracle is the Quran." Yep. That is the relevant miracle for us, you, me, today, that we can actually go and take a look at, validate does this actually stand up as the claim that it's making of being a miracle? Right? A lot of people sort of misunderstand this, that he didn't perform any other miracles. That wasn't what he was saying. He was pointing out to you, me, and the people who are coming after his generation that the real miracle of the Prophet peace be upon him is the Quran, which you, me, Brother Islam, we are able to analyze, and we can basically form a conclusion on, does it claim to be what it is, or is it actually incorrect in its claim?
It's incorrect in its claim. This is the problem, because you're saying, take the Quran, look at the Quran. The Quran is making a claim that the moon split. We have no evidence of the moon split. Here's the problem. I can accept, as your counter argument, that God is all powerful, so he splits the moon. Okay, there's no seismic events. Okay. There's no, the high tides are not affected. There's no other physical effects. And then literally, even though the cores are exposed to space and everything, he brings them back exactly as it is. And there's no physical evidence, no problem. Okay. Here's one problem. Even if you say, well, I'm not going to go to this person in India, by the way, who is completely fictional, okay, and you can read a book called the Monsoon Islam, Trade and Faith on the Medieval Malabar Coast, okay, and basically this Indian dude is completely fictional. But here's the problem, that in these hadith, okay, that's claiming that this Indian saw it, that means that Indians could have seen it. Okay, that means that there is this possibility that people over in India could have seen this event. Okay, now this is a problem for you guys, because if the Indians could see it, I'm going to give you a list of historians who were observing celestial phenomena, who were recording eclipses, Halley's comets, supernova, anything that was happening in the skies, okay, that we're recording. I mean, one guy, he was the author of a treatise on the astroglobe. The astroglobe was used for navigation with the stars, okay, and that's Isidore of Sevilla, and he lived, 560 to 630. I mean, I have a list of 20. I mean, I'm not even joking. 20 historians who lived at the time of Muhammad in that area, in Byzantine. Okay, for example,
I'm going to get lost as to what the point is if it's labored that much. Can we can go to the detail?
My point is that there are multiple people, multiple civilizations, people across the globe. There were sailors who constantly had to be looking at the stars and looking up at night. I mean, you think that the whole ship, and there was trade on the Mediterranean. So, and the Mediterranean is close enough. If you say, well, people on the other side of the world couldn't have seen it, even though there's a claim that a person in India saw the splitting of the moon. If there's one person that is claimed to have seen it, who is fictional, okay, and then all of these other historians who wrote treatises, who literally, I mean, this guy, Theophilus, whatever.
Can I really just summarize? What you're saying is
he published a book in 650. And the thing is that this event was supposed to happen in 622. Okay, this is my point. It's completely silent. The silence is deafening from history.
Right. So in summary, others who obviously observed astronomical events and so on didn't write down about this. Fine, cool, okay, I can see why that could be an issue, especially an issue for the view that the moon was physically split rather than it being an induced optical phenomenon, as I think it's more likely to be. I'm a bit dumbfounded why you're pointing to the guy in India and saying that presents a problem, but also saying this guy in India is fictional. But then it doesn't present the problem?
Because anybody trying to say, well, people in India couldn't, they were too far away from the event, they couldn't have seen it, even though it's supposed to be on a horizon, because if the moon is splitting on top of two, and being, on top of two mountains, it's low enough on the horizon that people far away would also be able to have seen it.
Right. I mean, I like you said, this guy in India, as you say, seems to be fictional. So but the idea that it was a globally observable event is basically corroborated by pretty much just that individual. This is why, again, I would say it makes more sense that it was something that appeared to be so to the people who are referenced.
Yeah, and there's we can go over the what you analyze, and I can respond to you on each and every one of those observations. All right, and I can tell you reasons why I don't think it would be the case that everyone is going to be able to see it. Number one, remember that the desert is a dry place. There wouldn't be clouds the whole time. However, in the other places that you're talking about, you have to give in to weather conditions. Were the weather conditions correct to make those observations? There are multiple reasons why
you can't say that the weather across the entire globe. But Faisal, I mean, here's the thing.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying
people that see comets and eclipses.
Okay, so can we?
But the splitting of the moon wasn't an extended event that appeared over a very long period of time. It was a very short period of time event. So all Faisal's saying is that it's quite plausible that in a lot of places where you'd expect people to have seen it, that it would have been covered by the weather. However, it's also quite plausible that it was a local event due to apparent splitting.
Yeah, that could also be the case. Now, this is really what we're coming down to: the idea that. It's not a defeater for Islam either way, no matter how you look at it, because it does not take away the logical reasons for believing in a God, number one. All right. It is a supernatural event. We're not positioning this as a naturalistic event, which you're supposed to.
You guys hate the word supernatural.
Yeah, I was holding myself back from stopping Faisal speaking.
I'm just saying that from a perspective that you're looking for naturalistic explanations, right? So from that perspective, you're expecting to see, it's not being presented as a position where we're saying that that you are going to find naturalistic explanation of how this happened. The splitting of the sea, you wouldn't find an explanation of how that happened. The dead coming back to life for some of the other prophets, for example, Ibrahim alayhi with his birds, with Isa alayhi with the men, right? That he brought back to life. He brought a clay bird into life. Moses turning his staff into a snake, right? Now, those are all extraordinary events which do not have naturalistic explanations, right? So for you, it's interesting how atheists love to bring forth the argument that life can come from non-life, but when we present that as an argument that this is why you should believe in Moses, because he took a staff which is inanimate and he threw it on the floor and it turned into a snake. Right, but you wouldn't want to believe in that. So there are definitely reasons why I wouldn't accept the position that you're holding as a complete defeater for Islam, right? Because number one, we have to establish, does God exist? Because you're looking for from a very naturalistic worldview, and that is not how we engage with naturalists. This is for people who believe that there is a God, and then they can actually ascribe it. All right. So I know, Brother Islam, I can see you're exhausted. I don't know if
I am. I just really wanted to give my variation, because I'm largely aligned, but I slightly differ because of my use and understanding of naturalism and so on. Like about this comes back to this thing about what counts as a naturalistic explanation and what supernatural means or is defined as, because however Allah acts or does things, ultimately if they occur in nature, then there's some more advanced theory or theorem or understanding of how nature works by which, he does those things, right? So there's just a slight discrepancy, if you like, in language. I prefer not to use the word supernatural, extraordinary or something event. But I think in order to actually disprove Islam with this, you would have to basically have a time machine, go back to the place where they were supposed to have observed it, a splitting, and stand there yourself and go, no, it didn't. There's a lie here, and the lie made it into the Quran. That would disprove Islam. But using the modern historiography and theories that we have creates an argument against Islam, but it's not it's not so solid that it's undeniable, if that makes sense.
It's not a defeater.
So it's something that's why I didn't like the language of defeater. It's more like it is a certain argument, but that argument depends upon certain assumption premises itself. And I would say that the axiom of Shahada and understanding it the way we understand it would be stronger as a logical system than the alternative logical systems to it. But that would be a whole separate kind of debate and argument and so on. It'd be interesting to have. My question to you on this is, what would you do? What would you think if it turned out, let's say, just we can call it the moon or pick any other celestial object, if some observatory in some part of the world for some period of time saw it apparently being split or being in two halves where it was once combined, and some other
I would believe.
Sorry?
I would believe.
Hang on. I haven't got there yet. The new first part. So some observatory sees it. They record the data or whatever. Some other observatory doesn't see it. They see that object remaining whole, right? At that point, people would then start putting together their naturalistic explanations for it, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, why does one see it and why not? Sorry, I answered, I would believe. Obviously, I didn't hear your whole thing, which is my mistake. But I was answering a hypothetical question of what would you have done if you did find evidence that the moon split in any meaningful way? Yeah. I would literally believe, because it would assert the claim that But
that's why it wasn't my question, because I'm not questioning your sanity. I'm questioning, well, what my question follows from. Presumably you recognize that if it were to happen that some people saw something split, some people didn't, for example, and then they came about trying to put together a naturalistic explanation for that. What the sort of follow on is. What would be your criteria for being able to accept or understand that and differentiating it from a miracle?
So we got to I just got to clarify something here. By observing, are you saying, because first of all, you'd have to clarify, is it an instrument that's observing the splitting of the moon, or is it just visual, people seeing it? Then you have to ask the question, were the people outside at the time, that this event was happening? Okay. But we're talking about a very small, isolated group of scientists. Scientists at one observatory and another scientist at another one. Are they using instruments?
Okay, so normally I would prefer to say the eye is itself an instrument, right? And the brain is also essentially recording data, albeit not necessarily that reliably. But in this case, just to disambiguate those other lines, I was saying, specifically observed, snapshot, picture, recorded, all this kind of stuff, a CCD in the back of the telescope, so you can see that one telescope definitively observe this. You can go and check through the data, and I don't know, there's some blockchain crypto stuff that's guaranteed the data hasn't been tampered with. I don't care about that stuff. What I'm getting at is, something observed differently from two different places. One sees an apparent split, one doesn't. Immediately in my mind, it's quite obvious that people would start to put forward a naturalistic explanation. And my question would be then, how would you differentiate miracle from a non-miracle in the naturalistic worldview? As in, if you're going to put everything through a naturalistic lens, how do you differentiate the two? And sort of related to that would be, on what basis or at what point would you start to believe the explanation that it is a sufficient explanation for this thing, that it's a not miraculous.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to take it on a case-by-case basis, but I mean, you are coming up with a complete hypothetical here. But I mean, if I can kind of relate it to something, let's take UFOs. Some people believe that they've seen UFOs. Some, I mean, Navy ships and aircraft have recorded these things. I'm not so sure that every single one of those recordings is an actual alien spaceship. So I should rather use the word UAP, or whatever.
I was going to say there's definitely UFOs, but whether or not
they don't use it. Use the term UFO anymore. Unidentified aerial phenomenon, right? UAP. So
well, just to be, I don't think it's nitpicky. It might be useful. So an unidentified flying object or aerial phenomenon. It's just literally something you don't understand what it is yet. You haven't identified it. Like it could be a Russian spy satellite. It could be, whatever. It could be a missile. So there's a strong distinction between that and something that's of extraterrestrial origin.
Yeah. So I mean, so if I had to take it from that, I mean, I don't know what to make of those things. Some things I think, I gravitate towards the idea that there is probably some kind of extraterrestrial life, whatever it is, might be bacteria and might be intelligent, might not be. I don't know. But I withhold my judgment on that evidence, even if it's, like recordings of these things flying very fast. I just withhold my judgment on whether or not it's, it's an actual extraterrestrial craft entering, the Earth's atmosphere, or if it's something, that originated from humans. So I just withhold my judgment on that. I'm not going to make a... So that's what I would say. But I mean, so let's say, for example, these people are observing the moon. One of them might be observing the moon from one side of the Earth, and from that angle, they might see a split. From another angle, it might not appear that the moon is splitting. So that type of thing will have to be taken into account. Okay.
Right. So if I go back, so that the reason I'm asking these things is how am I supposed to understand your P3 except as an argument from incredulity?
Okay, I've got to remind myself on what is my P3.
So this was the one, modern astronomy and historiography give no credible evidence that the moon ever separated, and refused such an event would leave unmistakable marks, or something to that effect.
Yeah, geez, like, my P3 is better than me.
I make notes. You make notes.
I've got a huge document. Honestly, to just find my P3, I have to scroll like 20 pages, honestly.
So I just mean, for that one, the reason I asked these questions, you're getting to it, is because essentially what it appears to be to me is like, you put a certain amount of faith, for want of a better word, in this system or framework, and because it's incredible or incredulous relative to that framework, then conclusion. But then conclusion is Muhammad's not a true prophet, so it wouldn't survive as an internal critique. So, this comes back. This is why I'm asking.
So here's the problem.
Hang on. This is why I was asking this question about, if we were to see a split, and not split from two different perspectives now, and you wouldn't jump to it's a miracle, right? You would expect there to be some way to put it through a naturalistic lens. If nobody could come up with any naturalistic explanation, and every attempt just absolutely fell flat on its ass, right? At some point, you're going to have to say, well, either my naturalism is insufficient, it's problematic, things happen beyond possible natural laws because they've somehow ruled out that it could possibly happen in a way that's consistent with natural laws, or then there's still this open possibility we will find a naturalistic explanation in the future. But what I'm getting at is that it depends. The P3 essentially depends on your own position a priori. It depends on what your criteria are that you're imposing, rather than being an internal.
So let's imagine that there were observations by something, whoever it was, seamen. Those seamen on the Mediterranean, because there was shipping at that time, and they needed to navigate by the stars. So they're looking up. Okay, they come back into port. They start writing, and many of them are from all walks of life, because some of them are trading with Greece, some are going back to Rome, some various areas in the Mediterranean are coming back. At least one of these historians, I would expect them to make to record this. Why? Because one of these books, I think it's the one by Theophylact Simonakata. I think I maybe you can just add those names. I dropped them in the chat to my thing over there.
But this one would expect
coming back, and they're recording that there was this event. Either they saw it themselves or they didn't. But that's why I said the silence is deafening.
Right, I get that, but the thing is, this doesn't address this. How is it other than an argument from incredulity? Because you're saying, like, I would expect this to happen, because it didn't happen. I just find it like, incredulous. You see what I mean? It's different from a it's different from an argument that walks through and logically derives something by deduction. It sort of gets to a point and then says, I don't see any other way other than this is false, and therefore the conclusion. But the thing is, P3 essentially smuggles in the assumptions that there is no ultimately powerful creator that can do these things.
I get that. So here's the problem for me. Okay, imagine I say to you, my next door neighbor called on God, and God split the mountains over there, and it just so happened that the mountains came back together again. Okay, now we go and look for evidence over there. We don't see any evidence of this. Nobody else saw it. Okay, somebody made the claim, so he's making the claim. Am I the person that's supposed to back it up? If I go there to that mountain and I don't find any fissures and any evidence of the splitting, and then on top of it, nobody else sees it who's living around the mountain, okay, what am I to think? I'm going to go back to my default position. It didn't happen. Okay, so this is the problem for me. I'm actually doing your work. This is what I found myself doing. I swear. Like, if I was a Muslim, I would be gung ho on trying to find every scrap of evidence that I possibly could, and I was doing this almost on Muslims' behalf. Honestly, I tried everything. I gave it every shot. I promise you.
I believe you, and you don't have to labor it. But actually, there's so many things I find interesting to unpack here. One is, it's a great point. Like, you are looking into this a lot more than most Muslims feel is relevant or makes sense to look into it. That in itself should tell you something. You're seeing it quite a bit differently from the way we see it. We like you said with your mountain example, I would come back with the conclusion that maybe that person saw an illusion and thought that it split, but it didn't. Maybe they're just flat out lying. I don't really know. I'm not really in a don't really have a drive, and it doesn't really fundamentally affect me to go and do some detailed assessment of that person's claim. I probably would. If I knew them and I knew them to be generally like a dishonest, gossipy person, I'd probably come to the conclusion it's more likely they just made it up for attention. If they're a super honest person all the time, and I knew that about them, I would probably more likely come to the conclusion that they had some kind of optical phenomena or illusion or something else like that. But that's for this person who's not got all this other pedigree of being a prophet of God. Bear in mind what Faisal said. The miracle that is designed for us to be able to check now and all times in the future is the Quran. So the splitting of the moon, there's no reason to assume, and it would be problematic from our view to assume that it would be done in such a way that we're supposed to be able to validate it later. That's just simply not, part of the the worldview, right?
So I want to get onto just something. You're saying that you can't.
I just want to point out, Brother Islam, it's midnight for where he is. It is. He did mention that he wanted to wrap up almost like half an hour ago. So, Nate, I would love for you to come back and take this argument up with us the next time. We're gonna be here. We're not gonna run away from you, right? And
waving that one.
Yeah. And without question, I mean, I'm not saying your questions are not valid. They're very valid questions, and you should be asking these. These are very good skeptical way to assess this particular situation. And this is why I was saying we'll go through each and every one of the arguments that you have. We'll see if the conclusion that you're coming at is the only conclusion that you can derive from the positions that the evidence that you've put together, and then we can arrive at a conclusion that is that you and I can agree on. All right. Let's do it. I would love to see all of this evidence that you put together, because this is for us. This is an interesting.
And just to be clear, I do very much respect the research you've done. I'm not saying Muslims don't feel need to do so much, so it's stupid. I'm not saying that at all. I do respect the research you've done. The fact that you put things in a syllogism for us to analyze properly, I think it's going to be really good to dig in and explain. Why do I, as someone who does get physics and has this view, came from naturalistic view, why do I accept the situation as we see it with the evidences and with the with the Quran and so on? I think it's gonna be really interesting to go through. I think it is well put together as a question. I think it's very revealing as a question. I wasn't trying to, in my responses, fully address everything. I was trying to give you some pointers to think about for when we go into detail next time.
And the white flag.
Just one of the. Yeah, just one other thing. Yeah, it's not a flag of surrender. It's a timeout to next week. And
sorry, Faisal, will you just copy those what I left in the chat there, if you don't mind? Sorry, Islam.
That's right.
Sure.
And one other thing is
the last one. Yeah.
I believe that Allah will at some point create something that is able to split a human being in half and then put them together and again, and then be able to to speak and act and whatever after that. So the moon's not so difficult. But again, it's this question of did anyone else record it? Did they not? What is the claim about the moon splitting? What I wanted to say about this is your research could and probably should potentially affect the interpretation by scholars. This is something you might not realize, I'm not sure. But
you're very soft and muffled.
Oh, sorry, I'm not close enough to my mic.
Yeah, that's better.
Your research, etc., actually potentially could force scholars to update their understanding of the evidences of what the Hadith are claiming and what the Quran is saying. And this is the reason why. Is because if you look at the early scholars and so on and so forth, they do their best to understand what the situation is, and if there is evidence that is counter to it, if there is evidence that their understanding is wrong, they must, again, because of the Quran, if nothing else, then seek to update their explanations. Maybe Faisal can help me with which scholar it is, famously said, this is the best opinion that I can make, but if a better opinion comes along, we should move to that opinion.
Every scholar of ours has this understanding.
Yeah, but this is a specific particular phrase, I think, was Malik. But, I guess the thing I'm saying is, like, say for example, where scholars, before we have all the ability to Google and go look at all these historical sources and all this kind of stuff and what we know about geology and physics today, had those scholars had all that evidence, they may have come to the conclusion that okay, this is a local phenomena rather than being a actual global in I don't want to say in reality, but a material split of the object itself. That could have been their best understanding, absent of the other evidence which you've presented, and that evidence could make them update their opinion. I just wanted to point out that that's kind of how Islam works. And I'm not sure if you're clear on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out every single one of those people there. Okay, Chromicon Pascal is an actual book, a text that was published. But almost every single one of these published books and works, some have been lost, some haven't. But every single one of them were alive during the Prophet's lifetime, by the way.
Did you look up how many of those books we still have access to because the Muslims of the Islamic Empire kept them copied?
I downloaded the Chromicon Pascal and the one that was written by Theophilus, whatever. He wrote the histories of the Roman Empire, and that was published in 630. And the splitting is apparently around about 620 to 622, and so that was 8 years afterwards.
Sorry, that wasn't my question. My question was.
I don't know which one of those was preserved by Muslims. I don't know.
That's the thing. A lot of these texts from those times, or these kind of texts, we actually only know of because the Muslims kept hold of them and preserved them and copied them and so on. I'm not sure if that's the case with all of them, but I just thought that's an interesting point to note.
No, the second one on the list.
I was asking if you've done that research or not. I haven't.
No, I haven't. But the second one on the list is a Byzantine historian who was the historian of so Byzantine is the later period Roman Empire, and they controlled Syria and Gaza and the Promised Land, or like Israel, that area.
The Levant, basically.
The Levant, and the emperor that he worked for was actually the one that the Muslims conquered, Heracles, whatever his name was. It was his emperor was basically you guys conquered Byzantine, his emperor, and took control of that area. Anyway.
Yeah. So no, that's cool. For me, it'd be interesting to know if these texts were independently preserved of the Islamic Empire, or they're like the majority of them, which we only know through the Islamic Empire preserving them. And this was just interesting because obviously, if these texts were available to the people in the Islamic Empire, because that's who preserved them, then scholars would have had access to them, and it'd be interesting to see how then scholars reacted to the contents of these books and the lack of mentioning of the splitting. But if they're not preserved through the Islamic views, then it wouldn't make sense to look for that. So.
Yeah. Anyway, just I'm going to say one more thing because it's been burning me. It will be very quick. It's just a follow up to what you said, Faisal, about other miracles. Now, here's the thing: throwing of the snake and pestilence and all those other kind of miracles are very, very difficult to verify, and also the miracle of your prophet Moses splitting the sea, right? That the splitting of the sea is just water, and then the water comes back. It's very difficult to prove that 1,400 years later. I think, for me, from my perspective, and with all due respect, the mistake that the authors of the Quran made was adding a miracle in the Quran that could be potentially verified or not verified 1,400 years later, because even splitting of the moon is not like water splitting, which just basically comes together. There could have been, and even if you say that there's no physical evidence, okay, fine, there's no physical evidence. Let's go to the histories. None of those people who are alive, who are writing books and who published books, some of them anywhere from 630 to 660, very close after the time, have any record of a moon splitting. And that's a problem for me, because I'm not the one making the claim.
No, I get it. I get it. It's clear. It will take quite a long time to to address all this stuff. I get it. I don't have a problem. And it'll be very interesting to go through and see why that's the case.
Do you want to
just one thing I was going to say regarding the splitting of the sea? Actually, a lot of people thought there should be some geological evidence, and they went and looked for it and didn't find it. So I wouldn't say it's not potentially verifiable. What you characterized as being a mistake, maybe it's not a mistake. Maybe it's not a mistake. Maybe it's very smart. Maybe it was very wise thing to do. That's something else we'll look into.
Yeah. So here's what I recommend. Right. Let's stop here because I know you're exhausted.
Yeah, I am.
I think we exhausted Nate with the arguments as well. Nate, I put my email address in the back chat. What I would recommend, just give me a quick email, right? We'll set up a stream to go over these, right? Whatever evidence you have, let's take a look at it and let's have that discussion, right? It will be an interesting discussion to have. And maybe if we're given enough time, some of a couple of other brothers who may be interested in this to look at it from a different angle, they would be willing to jump on and have a conversation on this.
Yeah, I think a separate stream rather than doing it in the next atheism stream. It's good enough and well enough presented, syllogism to deserve its own stream. And I think it'd be good to bring in someone who has good expertise on the Hadith and the Arabic and all that sort of stuff, to make sure that we're not making mistakes in terms of what such and such a scholar said or so on.
Cool. Well, I've said my bit.
Nice.
Adieu.
All right.
Adieu. Adieu.
Adieu.
It was nice talking to you guys. Thank you very much for your patience. And yeah, I think it was a good debate.
He also did the thing, the putting together the hands.
I always do this.
Oh, we did it as well. Yeah. So did Duck. We were trying to debate its origins. I don't know if you know anything about the origins. I was talking about from an evolutionary psychology perspective. They might say
I was telling him what in the subcontinent what sort of where it stems from, and like because you would find Hindus do this a lot when they're meeting you or when they're leaving, right? And there's a specific context in which it is understood. I don't know. What do you understand it to mean when you?
Well, my wife is Thai. My wife is Thai, and I'm formerly Christian. So, in her culture, they're always doing this, and
that's
Christians also. Yeah. So,
but they're different. They're different sort of meanings, or
let's not get into it. We'll ask.
Let's not get into it too much. I was just it just reminded me what I was saying to Faisal regarding like most Europeans, from the pagan thing, they cross their fingers for luck, as in when they could do no more, then they're putting up to fate, they tie their hands. But the Germans press their thumbs. Now, similarly in the subcontinent, most do this, and then uniquely the Chinese did this, and specifically around the martial arts. Another very, very curious thing. But there we go. Anyway, I like that sort of stuff.
Thanks, guys. Cool. Have a good one. Peace.
You too. See you. Peace be with you.
All right. Let's see. Amir, are you an atheist or are you Hindu, or what's your position? Because I'll just have this conversation with him if that's a need. Right, brother.
I do need to go pray. I'll see if that gives me enough energy to come back for a short conversation. But I am almost brain dead.
Okay, I'll bring him up. I'll start the conversation and then we'll see where this goes.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, Amir, if would you keep your camera on? I'll bring you up now. All right.
Hello,
Amir. How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. So I'm not a Muslim. I was born as a Muslim, but eventually I realized that these are just fairy tales.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, Amir.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. Just give me like half a minute. I'm just gonna All right. Sorry about that. Amir, are you back? Are you there? Yeah.
Yep.
Sorry. Can you start from the beginning?
Yeah, I was born as a Muslim, but soon I realized that these are just fairy tales, just like any other religion out there. Hinduism, Greek mythology, Norse mythology, and Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and other ones. There are tons of them. Zoroastrianism. I have a friend who's Zoroaster.
Okay. And how long ago did you leave Islam?
Really young age, basically 11, 12. I did come back to it when I was much older, at 18 years of age. But, I did more, I wanted to give it another shot, right? Because I didn't want to be in a dark. And it just solidified that it is not a true religion, especially there's no evidence and a lot of things, unethical hadiths and Quran.
What? Okay.
So unethical stuff too that I consider unethical, like child marriage, sex slavery, cutting off hands of thieves.
You're using terms which don't make sense to me, and you're ascribing things to Islam which are not true, right? So can I understand where you're from? Like, is your background? Where did you grow up?
Afghanistan.
If you're willing to share. Sorry.
Yeah, Afghanistan.
You're from Afghanistan, okay. And so can you tell me, just so I can understand this very clearly? So are you, how old are you right now?
28.
28. Okay. So it's been about almost 16, 17 years that you've thought that Islam is not the truth.
Yes. I did come back to Islam. When I say come back,
around 10 years ago.
Excuse me?
About 10 years ago, you were you gave it another shot, and you basically decided
it was 5 years. So I was came in and out, but I was really trying. Like, I was praying, I fasted, and I did all the stuff that needs to be to really try to, because I did feel that religion is important. And because Islam was my original religion, I wanted to go back to it, but it didn't make sense to me altogether.
So you used to pray? Yes. Okay. And how many rakats were there in wudu?
What kind of question is that? Are you trying to test me if I was a Muslim or not?
We have to do that.
Well, no, I was a Muslim. And wudu is you do like 3 times. It's like it's a tradition. It's actually also in Zoroastrianism too, or Sabian, they perform wudu before prayers.
Okay, but how did you used to do it?
Then I, wash my hands, put water in my nose, and feet like till your.
Can you run me through the exact way you would have done it? Think through and.
Are you talking about religion, or is it about because?
I'll be honest with you, Amir.
Practices. Yeah.
Again, here's the thing. Regardless of how dismissive you might have been of those practices, right? When someone comes up and claims to be a non-Muslim, we do test them, because there are a lot of people who pretend to be ex-Muslims, right? Wow. And we've actually found that you would get into a conversation with them, and it turns out that this person is not.
How about this?
Really honest,
how
right?
about this? Forget about my background. Just discuss Islam. Just forget that I have Islamic background or not. Let's just.
How can I forget about that? Because
it doesn't matter.
Would be unfair to you. That would actually be unfair to you, because now I'm actually having a conversation with you without understanding where you're coming from. I'm going to misrepresent you. I'm going to misunderstand you if I forget about that. That's why it's actually important to have a meaningful conversation, right? So are you able to tell me what those steps for doing wudu were? Can you tell me those exactly?
mean, I can, but I just don't feel like it's important. You know, we're discussing religion. Let's just discuss religion.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Really
we'll
don't care about those things.
Again, you don't, we do, right? You've come on
So
here.
what's more important to you
represented
to
yourself.
verify? Okay, I will say I'm not an
it is
ex-Muslim. Let's just start. I was born atheist. Okay, let's just start here. All right.
Nobody's born an atheist.
No, I was born atheist. You could have parents atheists.
Nobody can be born an atheist. Nobody.
Everybody's born atheist. You adapt religion from your parents. Whatever your parents believe in.
You adopt atheism from your parents. You're actually born with the idea that there is. You again, Amir. You actually are born with the idea that there is a reason for our existence. There's a purpose for our existence. Every child, when you ask a child if they see a star, right? You ask a child, what is that, right? They're not going to tell you, oh, it's a big ball of gas burning far, far away, right? The infamous line from Lion King, if you remember, right?
Yeah,
if you're born with curiosity, okay, then what?
So it's not just curiosity. There is actual, scientific research that says that children are more predisposed to think of there being as a god than not a god. So I really don't know what your point is. Essentially, you're making a claim entirely without evidence and just standing on it, and then Faisal's making a counterclaim. It's not really going anywhere.
Yeah, I'm saying let's just say, because he was asking me for evidence, I was asking, I don't like it because it's like
okay, so fine, you're not willing to give me that. Great. All right, but let's actually move ahead. That's fine. Let's do this.
Yeah, I'm here to discuss religion, not to prove whether I was Muslim or not. I don't really care about that.
So, what is the reason why you think there is no evidence in Islam? Because I find tons of evidence. This is not like some of the other religions. There's tons of evidence for.
Before we dive into that, do you mind just taking a step back and get to understand what is even his view on what evidence is? Like what?
Yes. And elaborate upon it as well.
Well, there are different kinds of evidence, right? It could be like how science, like you have an equation that obviously will come to like you can test it, verify. I know that's not possible for religion for a lot of things, right?
Wait, hang on. An equation you can test and verify? What?
No. I'm saying there's equations which are, like you can calculate. You get a specific answer each time. Like 2 + 2 is always going to be 4.
No, that's false.
2 + 2 is not always going to be 4.
Yeah, correct. That is false.
It's false. That 2 + 2 is not always.
Yeah, 2 + 2 can equal many different things. Look up modular arithmetic.
2 + 2, the number 2. You have 2 apples. You get 2 more apples. You will not have 4 apples. You will have like more than 4 apples.
No. If you're counting apples, it wouldn't be appropriate to use modular arithmetic. But 2 + 2 mod 3 is 1.
So you're adding something to it. I'm saying 2 + 2, just 2 + 2. There's no adding to it.
Right now, but there's a point. There's a point being made in here. You happen to not know about other kinds of arithmetic. You're making the assumption that everyone should use the kind of arithmetic you have in your head. You stated something as being a universal fact, which is not a universal fact, unless you had qualified it by saying in the set of integers, right? Not modulo. If you said in the set of integers, right, then okay, you could have said something that was true, but you didn't. You said something that was false, or at least badly specified, and you didn't even realize it.
So when I say 2 + 2, you thought something else. That's your problem.
No, 2 + 2 does not always equal 4. 2 + 2 only equals 4 in a certain well-defined circumstance, which you happen to take as the default and expect everyone else should take as a default too.
So what else 2 + 2 is equal?
I just told you. Mod 3, for example.
No mod, nothing. Just 2 + 2. What it equals to you?
It's undefined unless you define what set or field you are talking about. No, this is the difference, right? This is the difference. I actually studied mathematics and physics in detail. You haven't, and this is becoming very evident.
How do you know I haven't? How do you know? If I'm
just saying why it's becoming very evident. Because if you had, then when I said no, that's not universally true, you would have immediately said, "Oh yeah, of course." For example, modular arithmetic. Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, 2 integer when it's integer, whatever, 2 plus 2 is equal 4. That's one way of proving something, which is a understood thing. Other than there's some different ways to calculate it. Okay, but in normal like integers, right? 2 plus 3 is always going to be 4. And then there's other evidence like biological or evolutionary, where we can test it and see the humans and chimpanzees have same common ancestor by a lot of vector viruses, and the different kind of methods to actually test those. There's evidence for that. And then
what do you think is a test? Sorry, what tests? What are you talking about?
The vector viruses that were found. I mean, I'm just saying that there's different kind of evidence that we can test a theory or a state, hypothesis.
Do you think that these tests affirm or deny whether or not a theory is true?
It provides evidence to it to assert that most likely it is true. There's science is always there's a, like, for example, gravity, right? We can't really say gravity is a fact. There's different things that come up when we realize that gravity doesn't exist. So you don't really say is it true or not. You just say what most likely to be the answer of the data we have. We find data, we test it, and we have a model to understand, explain that. If there's a better model, then yeah, you can say.
Good. Okay, so we have descriptive models, right? So in philosophical speak, it doesn't tell us anything about ontological reality whatsoever, not even a smidgen, not a bit, not one iota, because they are merely descriptive models. They cannot even in principle do anything more than put bounds on what ontologies could work. Right? Agreed?
Okay. I mean, I don't really know. I didn't study philosophy.
Okay. So I thought you were coming from a science and philosophy angle.
I'm genetic engineer, so I have more genetic biological sciences. So,
okay.
But I didn't really. I mean, I'm not going to claim I know about ontological and stuff like that. Not
okay.
well versed.
So what are you using to make that claim? What yardstick are you using to make the claim that the Quran or Islam does not have evidence?
Because it doesn't. Like, you have to have evidence to prove. Like, for example, what is the evidence that Hindu's religion is not true?
We're not discussing Hinduism. We're not discussing other religions. You're on a stream with Muslims, right? So tell me about my faith. Why it does not have the evidence? Because you've made a claim. You've made a very strong claim that Islam does not have any evidence.
Just like
what
any
is the
other
evidence?
Just like any other religion. I mean, there's no evidence is something that you need to provide evidence to deny that, but you cannot say what is the evidence.
Okay, so
what evidence did you use?
What is the evidence that you're not an unicorn, right? There could, or there's a invisible unicorn sitting behind you. What is the evidence that there's nothing? You cannot.
I mean, we're laughing at you, at your the ability that you can actually come up and make a fool of yourself. This is not what we're asking, my friend.
Are you seriously saying the strength of your logic is about, well, how do you disprove there's an invisible unicorn standing behind you, and since that's not resolvable, you left Islam? Are you serious right now?
It's kind of like same idea, because it's say you're believing in an invisible entity.
No, it's not. It's not the same idea at all.
Muhammad, you don't know.
What we need to do, I think, is go back to what is evidence, because what you went through, right, showed categorically, for sure, that you have, and you admit it yourself. You said you don't do philosophy, right? You didn't get what I said, what I was talking about with ontology, right? This is very important because you haven't actually studied or seriously thought about the relationship between evidence and whether or not a claim is true. You don't know how to even do that.
These are just claims.
It's a major hole in your approach, right? Unless you have a clear picture of how evidence relates to whether or not something's true, how you evaluate it, what what can you tell from evidence? What is the associated logic and reasoning which connects the evidence with the claims and so on? Unless you have a methodology for that, all you're doing is using words to cover up what you want to believe.
Well, there is no evidence for Islam, period. Like, if
False.
you say Quran is an evidence,
obviously the thing is, if you say that, then you are demonstrating manifestly supreme ignorance in one of two things.
Well,
either of Islam itself, right? Either you're ignorant of Islam and what Islam claims are the evidence is, or you're ignorant of what it means for something to be evidence for a claim.
Okay, let's say I'm ignorant about Islam. You give me evidence. What is the evidence for Islam? That's what I'm trying to say. Well, I didn't find any. Do you have any? You make a claim that Islam is true. I'm not making a claim. I'm saying that all religion doesn't have it. They all make a claim, and none of them provide any evidence. If you think Islam provides evidence,
what are your standards of evidence? What do you think evidence is? What are your standards?
Evidence is evidence. Like, depends. It proves the phenomena. Like, for example, if you have historical, like you would have. Of course, historical is different here, because it's not a supernatural event. If you're explaining a supernatural event, you need to provide an evidence that is extraordinary, that support that supernatural claim, because anybody can make claims.
This is absolutely all over the place. I'm just asking you, right?
Yeah.
What? Because all you're saying is, hey, show something, and I'll just evaluate it ad hoc. Right?
Because you have a belief. What is the
basis? Okay, stop. No. This won't go anywhere. Let's actually take another step back. All right. First question. Okay, do you even understand the claim that Muslims make? What is the claim?
Muslim, they're different sects of religion. Okay, let's just Sunni one.
Again, Amir, what is the claim? What is the claim in the Quran? What is the claim that we Muslims believe to be true? What is it that we're asking you to believe in?
That Muhammad was a prophet of God, and he had wahi in a cave. Jibreel brought to him, and then that was a Quran. That was what do you call it? It existed eternally in the speech of Allah, and we are supposed to believe that this is speech of Allah. There's commandments. Again. These are the claims.
No, again, I'm gonna ask you again.
And then there's like hadiths. That is different between
Amir.
Okay, are you Sunni or Shia?
What is the claim? If I ask you to simplify and tell me what is the claim that Muslims make, what is it
you make a claim that any other religion makes, that we believe in my religion because it's true. That's the basic claim, religion.
No, Islam is unique and different from the other religions in certain core ways.
It's one of the 1,000 religions out there.
You're clearly demonstrating that you take an a priori view that you project on it and distort in order to make it look the same as all others, and you're clearly showing a closed mind in terms of being able to understand Islam in the first place. What you left, I have no idea what it was, but I don't see how it could have been Islam, because you think it's just like the other religions and makes the same claim as the other religions, and that's obviously not true. Like, even any secular scholar will tell you that.
All right,
come on. Are we going to have any legitimacy in this conversation at all? This is just.
Well, you're not giving me any proof. You're not giving me any kind of.
Nobody's giving you.
I don't deny that.
For example, Amir, wait.
We would get to proof if you were able to understand what proof means.
You don't know the meaning of the words that you're using. All right. So why am I have to educate you first. You actually have to come into the academy, understand the language, understand the language, get educated first.
This is
and then I have to get into this. Is not mental gymnastics. This is not mental gymnastics. It is you playing all of these mental gymnastics with us. Number one, you came here, you made a claim that you were ex-Muslim. I asked you something about, okay, how do we do this? And you start jumping around saying, I cannot prove it. Okay. So to me, you're coming across as someone who's very dishonest in his approach to any conversation.
Yeah, that's
Number
obviously
one.
right. That's
All right.
the thing.
No, I mean, it's you're the one making mental gymnastics and projecting it onto us.
Right.
You're the one that doesn't even understand the
proof
basics
for a
of
claim
how
you're
proof
making.
works.
That is the
You're
first
the one
thing.
that doesn't even understand what ontology or epistemology is. I mean, this
You
is
make a claim.
this is-
I asked for a proof. You did not
Yeah,
provide any proof.
No, I
You're just
will.
saying
I
you're
can
going
and
to
I
work
will.
into it.
You don't
Really
even
need
know
to
how
for
to close
everybody.
your mouth long enough to hear the answers
Dude,
to
shut the
anything,
fuck up, you
because all
stupid
you're doing
Islamic
is
prick.
jumping in over and not allowing anything to land.
This
I'm
guy
sorry, but
is Amir. You're in the back chat. I'm gonna have a conversation with you. You're being extremely dishonest and disrespectful. All right. If you
yeah,
don't want to get banned, if you want to have a conversation, because we've had conversations with other people. You've seen people have come up. Duck was here earlier in the day. He realized that okay, he made a couple of mistakes. We called him out on it, and he corrected himself. Right. Naturalist. He's been coming on for a number of days. He's been honest in his approach. He's disagreed with us on a number of things, and we've had a cordial conversation. What you've actually come up and done is, first of all, you come with your a priori presuppositions, all of these presuppositions that you're saying, oh, we have to provide you evidence or something. No, we're here to have a conversation with you. If you're incapable of having a conversation, incapable of being asked a question and provide an answer for it, then there's no discussion that is going to be happening. We're not here to be interrogated by an idiot like you, who does not even understand the terms that he's using, who's throwing around terms as if he understands them.
I don't even mind being interrogated, but the problem is this guy doesn't even understand the basics of how science works at all. So his genetic engineering, like I'm sure he can do, you know, various engineering tasks, but obviously he's not going to be able to do a shred of research of any kind without being under someone directing him, because he can't even understand or articulate the relationship between evidences and conclusions. What is proof? What would sufficient proof be? How do you validate proof? If you don't have this stuff clear and you just say, just give me proof, I'm ready to bat it down, it's the most like I don't have any YouTube safe words to describe the amount to which this guy is dragging his knuckles across the intellectual landscape like a proto hominid and thinks he's being intelligent and smart. It's unbelievable. And the total lack of manners, and the fact that he kept saying, you can't give me an answer, you can't give me an answer, because he's jumping in and stopping you be able to finish even making a point. This is the most immature, ridiculous. We don't want callers like this, and we don't want to subject our viewers to callers like this. We want to have the level of kind of rational intellectual discourse that we have with many of our other callers. This is so childish. This is pathetic.
It is childish.
Absolutely embarrassed yourself.
I'm gonna give you one more opportunity, because this is the last one. After this, it's
no. You can if you want, but if this guy comes back another time when he's calmed down and he's thought about what he's done, but for me, it's at least 1 week in the naughty corner, and no way I'm talking to him today because of his ridiculous behavior. If he comes back in a week with an entirely different attitude and perhaps does some basic thinking about what do I mean when I ask for proof? How do I evaluate it? How does this actually work? Why do I believe what I believe? If he does some of that and then comes back with some level of maturity, then I'll talk to him. But having him on again right now is a complete waste of time, and I wouldn't want to subject the viewers to it, and I don't have time for it.
Yeah, no, I get it. And here's the thing: the fact that Islam is the truth, it is not. It's our conclusion, right? What is the claim that we're making? The first thing that you need to understand: what is the claim as Muslims that we're making? You claim to have been a Muslim, and if you cannot understand what is the core principle belief in Islam, then unfortunately, I have to question that assertion from you that you were ever a Muslim. If you never understood what the core belief of Islam was, and you're not able to substantiate that when it's been asked of you.
There's a lot of people who grow up in Muslim families and say they were a Muslim, and they actually know next to nothing about it, and never really practiced, or just did some going through the motions because other people around them did, and never really understood what they were doing. And they haven't left Islam; they've left some whatever random stuff they believe. Maybe he was Muslim, maybe he wasn't, but I don't care. Whether he was or wasn't a Muslim, what he is now is intellectually incompetent, completely and totally incompetent with regards to considering any aspect of this question as whether or not God exists, whether or not the Quran is true, how and why you believe things in science, how any of this stuff works. I just, if you want to stand on the position that you are intellectual who, uses rigorous scientific reasoning and evaluates evidence and believes things based on rationality, then act like it.
All right, let's actually call it a day. I don't think he's calmed down enough. Amir, come back another time. Next week we will be here. Come earlier so that we can have a more meaningful conversation with you. Next week, Akhi, are you gonna be available at 8:30 your time, or do we start at 9:30 after Maghrib?
I think 9:30 would probably be better for me. Start after Maghrib.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that then. So 9:30, and as usual, the stream would be up a bit earlier so that everybody can see when we're going to be there. And this is true from Brother Yahya. He's born into a so-called Muslim family. He was never practicing. He couldn't even explain Wudu properly. I mean, yes. So anyway, let's stop it there. Let's call it a night for Brother Islam. It's still afternoon for me, late afternoon, right? But yes, interesting conversation. I think Doug coming up for me. There's a lot that can be done with Doug. There's lots of conversations that can be had, and as usual, Naturalist was here, and some interesting insights into what he's thinking, where he is. I actually love the fact that he's doing research into it, and the fact that he was able to name our Khulafa, which it shows that he's showing interest. So make dua.
This is what's it's interesting, because this is just like me when I was attacking the beliefs of Kareem. I was learning more and more about Islam to show my fight against it, and why I thought it was wrong, and why I thought it was going to fall apart. And alhamdulillah, eventually, I got enough pieces that it, clicked and so on. So inshallah, Allah will give guidance to Naturalist or to Nate for that. It's I think there's a good reason for his journey, whether it comes soon or whether it takes more time.
There was a question. What was the question, Akhi? Can you just copy it back or paste it back, and we'll try to do this quickly?
Oh, he may have been someone that emailed me. I've had a really, really difficult week. Okay. I have not been able to respond to any emails this week, but I will the week coming, inshallah. Or if you asked a question in the chat, ask it again and get Faisal to highlight it, inshallah.
Yeah.
And just in relation to this Amir chap, I mean, Duck obviously vehemently disagreed with us, right? But he was also able to express what he thinks by the relationship between evidence and proof, and why he believes things. He was able to have a somewhat civil discourse, even though there were lots of trigger points and touch points there and so on. That's the difference. But Duck was showing the kind of maturity that we expect. So it's not like we'll only accept conversation with people who agree with us. Not at all. It's about a certain kind of ability to have a kind of rational dialogue that we want to characterize this channel.
Yeah, and what we've done with people is we've slowed down the conversation whenever it needs to be slowed down, for making sure that the points are understood, right? So, and we're willing to slow down the conversation to understand your point as well. So please do not be disrespectful of the approach that we're taking. I don't think any of the other brothers on any of the other Dawah channels have taken this approach, given any individual this much time and the ability to express themselves and have this form of a conversation. So,
can it demand evidence and proof? You better be able to describe and explain what evidence and proof is and how you use those words in your normal day-to-day life.
Exactly. All right, let's call it a night. Joe remembers our brothers and sisters in the different parts of the world going through tough times, and make dua for.
Oh, go on, carry on.
Did you find the? Oh, he brought that up. Okay. No, I haven't even.
Basically, what would you say to people who say that quantum fields are the creator and no God and others bound to space-time? Or so does he become contingent? There's a lot to unpack there. If you can come on to next week's stream, it would be better. But essentially, quantum fields cannot be the creator. They're not independent. They depend on things themselves. The current best theory of cosmic inflation may be what you're referring to. You may be referring to a zero energy universe, a whole bunch of things. In any case, no, it can't be the creator. And also, we can go into what quantum fields are and how they're essentially a description of what's happening. And so they're not even really an ontological object in themselves. They're a description of something. Which many different ontologies can match. That's why there's a whole question of how do you interpret quantum mechanics, and those interpretations are related to how do you unify quantum mechanics with gravity. And in terms of Allah being bound to space-time, no, absolutely not. And that wouldn't make and couldn't make any sense. Either as an internal critique of Islam, it also wouldn't make any sense as space-time is understood in general relativity or as space-time is understood in quantum field theory.
And the fact that Allah is eternal, right? He's eternal and unchanging. That also puts him outside the bounds of time completely. Obviously, yeah. So it's.
But there's a lot to cover there. You'll have to come on stream and have a chat, really. And if you're not comfortable doing that live, then we can do it offline. That's fine as well. We can have a private discussion if you'd prefer.
All right. Okay, Amir, I do see you backstage, but we're wrapping up. All right. So, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. That's.
Wa alaikum salam.